So I think we are all back on for the meeting. Could the city clerk verify that for me? Okay.
Confirmed, we are all back.
Okay, fine. So with that, I'm going to get ready to open the meeting. We are on recording. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like to call to session the Monday, September 13th meeting, a regular meeting of the City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency. And we have just come back from closed session, so I will ask our city clerk to do roll call.
Barrett.
Here.
Barnacle.
Here.
Fisher.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
King.
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
Osake.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. And so now we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now I would like to do a moment of silence. And as the council has not been in session for about 5 weeks, we've actually lost several people in our community that I would like to have us remember during this moment of silence. Our former risk manager, Ron Blanky, has passed. And also 2 community real champions, Sherry Brungard, who was very involved in the beginning of our heritage homes and really throughout our community. I think most recently, until she was incapacitated, she was working with Friends of the Petaluma River. And also Mike Orton, who was a long environmental protector and member of the Petaluma Wheelmen. All 3 of these people have passed since August 2nd, so I hope we can remember them in our moment of silence. Thank you. And now I would like to see if we're going to have any agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda. Seeing none being suggested, we will go with our current agenda. And now I will ask our city attorney if there's a report out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as we noted earlier, the council conducted 3 closed session discussions, one under labor negotiations, another regarding existing litigation, and another regarding anticipated litigation. The only item I have to, about which there's a report in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.1 is the Stephan Perez matter, the existing litigation matter. And my report is to note that the matter has received an order from Judge Tegar dismissing the complaint against the city with prejudice pursuant to a stipulation of the parties. The significance of that is that the matter is concluded without possibility of being refiled. Pursuant to the stipulation, the parties will each bear their own fees and costs. And that concludes that matter. And the order of the judge is available for anyone who's interested in receiving that. And that concludes my report, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will go on to presentations. And we have a Latinx outreach presentation, and I will call on Ingrid Alverde.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm just going to pull up some PowerPoint slides to go along with my presentation tonight. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, I'd just like to share with you some work we've been doing a little bit behind the scenes over the last several months with the goal of improving our Latinx outreach and engaging our Latinx community more fully. While over the last several years, we have invested more and more into our Spanish language translation, we always knew that this was only the beginning of what we hope to be a robust Latinx outreach and engagement program. So just to set the stage, I just want to quickly review what we have and are currently doing to communicate with our Spanish speaking community. We are providing live translation for special meetings, like for our general plan and our ad hoc community advisory committee. We currently translate the city's weekly update into Spanish and share all that content through our channels, including our website and social media. We also translate all emergency related communications. And finally, we've been partnering with other groups such as the Family Resource Center, the Petaluma Community Center, the Adult Education Program, the Petaluma Community Health Center and the Adult Education Program, among others, to push our Spanish language messages out to our community. But to expand our efforts, we knew we needed more help. We hired a local community organizer, Martin Rivarola. Sorry, I don't know why I can never say his name, to help us identify ways to expand this work more broadly to our Spanish-speaking community. We chose Martin because he's been a community organizer in Petaluma since 1999, starting with a position with the Petaluma Valley Hospital. He's literally been knocking on doors and connecting with our community for over 2 decades. He has trained other community organizers to do similar work in Petaluma, and we felt that his experience would provide the boots on the ground outreach we really needed. And with that, I also wanted to say that his approach was to leverage his existing relationships to build a focus group and hold discussion meetings that would lead to a community-wide survey and final recommendations. And ultimately, his goal was to maximize city resources and establish an ongoing advisory group that would continuously guide our efforts. I'm going to pass it over to him to walk us through some of the research that he did and some of the findings that he has put together for us today. Martin?
Hi, hello everyone. Good evening. Thank you for the invitation to be here tonight. So we are talking about our Latinx community, and I like to start by showing you what's on this slide. Basically, as you can see, tell us the large increase of this population over the last 40 years. Currently, are closing into 22% of the population in Petaluma self-identifies as Latino or Latina. Approximately 70% of that population either has Mexican roots or is from Mexico originally. From that total population, which numbers around 13,000 people, our population, we have 9,800 that do speak Spanish. And out of those 9,800 people, we have 4,300 that are what we mostly consider monolingual Spanish, meaning they self-express very little knowledge of English, the English language. So on the next slide, we have the work we've done. As Ingrid mentioned, I have a lot of connections with Petaluma on and off for over 2 decades now. And what I did was from my network of contacts, Paco Cano, Abraham Soler, Susie Grady, different people throughout the community. I asked them to help me recruit people that will like to participate in a Spanish language Latinx community engagement project. So we ended up working with 12 participants, out of the whom 9 participated in 2 focus group sessions. 7 of them are Mexican originally, and 2 come from South America. This group of people come from a variety of roles, educational levels, length of time in the United States. One of the things that I like to mention about this group is that they most comfortable using the WhatsApp messaging platform to communicate. We did some wonderful activities with them on that, and we did all the prep work coming into the focus group through that too. What we learned is that the group tell us that they do receive news from traditional Spanish language media like Telemundo, Univision, even KBBF and La Prensa de Sonoma, Impulso Latino, the newspapers, the media that is Spanish language, local and national. And they also receive city information from the water bill and the police alerts. Some participate in a big Facebook group that's called La Pulga de Petaluma and others. So now on to the next slide. So I like to share with you that the initial response from the group, what they told us was that, and this is overwhelmingly, that they were very thankful to be included and appreciated that the city has interest in learning from them. They also overwhelmingly told us that what they experienced from Petaluma is a very welcoming community, that the Petalumans welcome them with open arms. On another note, they told us that they were not particularly aware of the city communications channels outside of these police alerts and water bill inserts. And when we shared that the city has a website and a Facebook page, what we heard that those are primarily in English, and there is some scrolling required to get to the Spanish section. They also told us that the city online information could be made more accessible and friendlier, incorporating some aesthetics and emotions that can engage the community on a stronger bond. Then moving on to our next slide, based on what this group told us, and I used the knowledge of my colleague, a communication specialist named Tanya Kukui, we came up with a list of recommendations. Before I move on to those, what I'd like to tell you is that we are midway. This is our midpoint in a longer project. We are just halfway. The next step that is already assigned is a mass survey that we plan to launch in the next month or two. So what they told us is that the recommendations that we came up is that using WhatsApp, incorporating that, adding that as a communication channel for the city will be a big addition. WhatsApp is easily shareable. People are used to sharing news over WhatsApp, so we think that will be a good choice and something that can be done relatively in a short span of time. They also tell us that direct translations of city communications sometimes can lose the interest, and they feel that more targeted communications that are written in Spanish and for Spanish-speaking community might be a better use of our resources. They also recommend the continued person engagement. In one of the goals we have for this project is to have this group of people that are continuing engaging as we speak, move them and work with an advisory group that will be the sustainable response, so that the city always has a group of committed citizens letting us know what how to best to communicate in their language. Lastly, the last recommendation is to continue the ongoing work with our nonprofit organizations in the city with the health center, the Petaluma Health Center, the schools, in order to further this connection with Latinx community members. Ingrid?
Thank you, Martin. As he mentioned, we're really at the halfway point. In recognition of our upcoming Hispanic Heritage Month and wanting to implement things as we learn them, as opposed to waiting till the end of our work, we wanted to present this information. Albeit not complete, we felt like we've already learned a lot. We're super grateful to have the opportunity to be reaching out and connecting with our Spanish-speaking population, and we're really looking forward to begin implementing some of these recommendations while we continue to learn, learn more as we move on. So thank you so much for letting us present this information, and hopefully you'll be seeing some new initiatives around some of these recommendations very soon.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if anybody on the council has any questions or recommendations as you're going forward. If anybody wants to say anything, I'm not seeing, I see one hand. Okay, Council Member Fisher.
I just wanted to let people know that our website, city website, does have Google Translate, so you can translate it into any language, just so that the public knows that.
Good point. And also on our webpage, we actually have a button that says Ayuda en Español, and it actually explains all the ways, because there are several different ways to get Spanish language translated documents, etc. In addition to using the translate button that is available on our website. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to add that in other ways of reaching out to our Latinx community includes the local Spanish language radio stations.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's really important not to overlook those. I really do think they are a good link into our community, as well as the Spanish language TV stations, which do allow for public service ads for cities and other nonprofits. So I look forward to, and of course our Petaluma Health Center is a great resource that I hope is being included in your outreach. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm glad for this midway update. I think this is a really important thing for us to know about, and we appreciate your work. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to go on to general public comment. And so I will ask our city clerk whether or not she's received any general public comment for today.
Madam Mayor, we received 2 general public comments prior to the meeting, which are posted with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. So now we will open general public comment, and I will ask our moderator to facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask my co-host, Aaron Zavala, to take over here. I'm having some technical difficulties in the background. So, Aaron, if you are on standby, I'd appreciate if you could take over right now.
Not a problem. At this point, if any member of the audience has a general public comment item, now would be the time to raise your hand. 1 second. See, Madam Mayor, at this point we have 11 members with their hands raised. Do you want to go with 3 minutes or reduce it to 2?
No, we will reduce it to 2 at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me update my timer.
And we will cut it off at the, I believe Veronica O was the last person that was there when you called the time.
Yes, that is correct.
So that will be the last person that will speak. And it's 2 minutes per person.
Perfect. And let me update my timer.
And just reminding people who are speaking now that these are for items that are not on today's agenda. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker that we have is John Hania, followed by ZG. John, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. Well, I know for sure that you guys really didn't miss me. But anyway, when I tell you you guys don't do your job and the staff lie, you don't believe me. So try this one for size. On July 20th of last year, I went down to the police department with my dear friend who filed a complaint against a police officer. In August, I asked the chief if that individual is still on active duty. And the answer was yes. I found out otherwise. So, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I did a public record request and I lined everything. Is he in active duty? Is he working? Is he in the administrative leave? What do I get from Mr. Cover-Up, who is disgraced to the name attorney? Okay. I get a letter and open if anybody want to see it from the public. I don't care about you because you guys don't do a damn thing. Okay. We have no record of it, of what I'm asking. And I was clear, was very, very clear. So what does the police department do last week? They released a message to the community that he was involved in an assault, misdemeanor assault. He was placed on administrative leave on July 20th. So how do you expect to have trust and faith and believe your staff? So when I tell you to stop lies, they lie. Okay. When I said Peggy Flynn lied about the police department, I never got a response. But it's no surprise to me. You guys don't even get a response when you ask questions. When you get ask question in the meeting, you can't even get it. Oh, you know, I'll get back to you. That's all we hear. So do your job.
Sorry, John, your time's up. The next speaker that we have is CG, followed by Don O'Brien. CG, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Hey, everyone in council. This is Ira Garcia. I just wanted to, hopefully this is okay to comment, and if not, just, I guess, let me know. But wanted to thank the Latinx focus group along with Martin and Ingrid. Going through the report and the feedback is pretty much consistent about communication and engagement. And I'm glad that you all are taking now the next steps in improving that. But you have heard of that feedback before. Now, Petaluma can be diverse and equitable for all and feel like they belong. I want to also emphasize that our Latinx community is diverse. And I hope that you continue to do more focus groups. And thanks for giving us also a timeline of next steps. Because not all of us are going to have the same experience. And what I would like to see also as a recommendation that I submitted for the HOC committee, and I hope that you can all join September 21st, is to gather data that make up of city staff based on the gender, race, zip code, sexual orientation, positions, pay, language, origin, renter, homeowner. So that way we as well as yourselves can see what groups are underrepresented at the city staff level. This would also be helpful when hiring or creating a position. So that way we do have representation that actually look like us. Along with the surveys, I think, you know, you all are hitting the right spots, which are schools, workplace, worship, healthcare, social services, Spanish language media outlets. KBBF are crucial to the Latinx community for a lot of reasons, mainly during emergency, especially during our fires that we had going on years back. But I also wanted to share that there are events that our community can benefit from, which are County Equity Officer sent in an invitation for September 25th from 6:30 to 7:30 that will be hosting Spanish-speaking community Zoom meetings that I think the Latinx focus group can benefit from, and among with other information. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Sorry, but your time is up. The next speaker that we have is Don O'Brien, followed by Joe. Don, I'll now let you speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Okay, Joe. Yeah, hi. I want to address the transitional housing RFQ for the homeless. With winter approaching, the staff has acted with all due urgency. However, by drastically limiting the response time of the RFQ, staff diminished the number of proposed housing solutions. I want to submit an adjunct proposal which is community-based and use volunteer labor. As an adjunct proposal, let's Rebuilding Together Petaluma, combined with the efforts of the homeless themselves to build code-compliant shelters. The advantages are many. First, money saved using volunteers can be used for the long-term costs of service and management. Second, involving the homeless themselves could foster their sense of pride and investment in their community. Third, the interface between the housed and the unhoused communities could lead to better understanding and cooperation. Fourth, money spent would stay in Petaluma, including for maintenance and repairs. Fifth, by pooling local talent, we can build back better. The current RFQ is for 25 units, yet there are over 130 homeless in Petaluma. Please allow consideration of alternative designs and a volunteer-based community effort as an adjunct to present plans. We have designed a prototype which we believe has superior features and functionality. May we submit our prototype before a final selection is made? Thank you.
The next speaker that we have is Joe, followed by M. Sullivan. Joe, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well tonight. It's been a while since we had a city council meeting. I was just calling in regards to the fairgrounds. I know in January of 2020, we were promised to have, a formal public community discussion about the future of the fairgrounds, and it hasn't happened yet from the city. We, as community members, have had a town hall meeting at the fairgrounds that was brought to us by the Friends of the Sonoma Marin Fairgrounds nonprofit organization. That first town hall was really great. We are going to have a second town hall on September 22nd at 6:30 at Herzog Hall. I'd like to see the city council members there. I'd like to see other community members there. Bring your ideas, bring your concerns. It's your place to express yourself, and it's going to be a really great opportunity for the voices of the community to be heard, since we haven't had that anywhere else. Again, September 22nd at 6:30 at the fairgrounds. In addition, we have a concert for the community that's coming up October 17th at the fairgrounds. It is going to be fun. We're going to have some local bands, some local vendors, and some nonprofits and local organizations at the fairgrounds. If you're interested in being there or being part of it, please contact me at the Friends of the Sonoma Marin Fairgrounds on the Facebook page. I hope everyone's doing well. I can't wait to see you on September 22nd and hear everybody's opinions. Good night.
For your comments. The next speaker that we have is M. Sullivan, followed by Taryn Abade. M, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Yes, good evening. I want to express my dismay and my frustration at the general plan rewrite process. Citizens of Petaluma are paying for a double level of consultants, Ramey and Associates and the M Group planning consultants from Cupertino to rewrite our general plan to the tune of multiple millions of dollars. These consultants had the opportunity the last few weeks to hear from a number of we citizens, including 62 in one quadrant and 120 in another. Each time, the public overwhelmingly emphasized the need to protect our greatest biological asset, our Petaluma River. And then we see that the M Group consultants have listed 4 priority areas for housing the downtown, the Corona Station, the fairgrounds, and shockingly, the undeveloped Johnson's property along the Petaluma River. I attended all these sessions, and at no time did any Petaluma citizen publicly express interest in seeing our remaining river grasslands and seasonal wetlands developed. In fact, they advocated for exactly the opposite. So despite the fact that we citizens are paying for these consultants, the consultants are towing the special interests of the wealthy developers over those of the Petaluma citizens. I do not understand why we citizens should subsidize a report that benefits the wealthy developers and landowners. The city is hiring left and right. Let us take this unique opportunity where the resources exist to hire our own in-house planners who will put the citizens of our town front and center and prioritize our biological assets. We well know we're currently approved almost tenfold our required regional housing numbers. This development model benefits the developers and the planning consultants line at the expense of our infrastructure, our quality of life, and it shows a profound lack of regard for the fact that our town sits on a critical watershed and is so unique in that we have a river. The M Group has said that we can't have the river trail without associated development. That's an old dangerous vision from city planners of decades ago. Pamela.
Sorry, but your time has expired. Next speaker they have is Taryn Obaid, followed by Lydia Schindler. Taryn, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Okay, thank you. I would like to request the City Council please add to your next meeting agenda a proactive, robust discussion on how we can push back on our next cycle RHNA housing targets. It is a fact that we can negotiate these numbers. Other cities are doing it. Palo Alto, multiple cities in San Diego County, Orange County, LA County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, Marin County, as a county is pushing back, as well as several of its cities. We should negotiate RHNA numbers, given our special circumstances of drought, which is worse than many California cities, and that we went way over our current RHNA targets by nearly 1,000% for non-affordable housing. Why wouldn't we negotiate? Our water situation is terrible. People are stressed about it. Why not negotiate based on our surplus, regardless of whether the status quo narrative is that we won't get any credit received for exceeding our RHNA numbers? I don't care. Let's get creative. Let's push back on these numbers. We've got too much traffic, not enough water. We don't need to keep approving all of this housing. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In a terrible drought, everyone's stressed about it. And we've over-approved development hugely. It's problematic. What are we going to do when we run out of water? That's what everyone is talking about right now. So let's please put this on our agenda and not wait until it's too late and it just shows up as a recommendation to say, okay, we'll take the RHNA numbers. Let's please get creative to proactively figure out a strategy to push back. Lord knows we don't want to get stuck with any of the extra RHNA units that other cities dump in their negotiations.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired. The next speaker that we have is Lydia Schindler, followed by Susan Oakes. Lydia, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening. I'm one of the many Petalumans who opposed the Creamery Verizon cell tower late last year. 8 months ago, we asked the city to update our wireless ordinance, and the city assured us to trust they were working on it. Yet, it has been 8 months, and we have heard nothing. So on behalf of our group here tonight, I request you update us on the status of the new ordinance we were promised. Mayor, can you comment on this tonight? We want to know exactly when we can expect our new ordinance. We'd like the city to know how important and how critical a new ordinance is, considering the telecom power grab bills in our state legislature and on the governor's desk, and also given the recent groundbreaking DC Circuit Court order for FCC to update their decades-old standards for health and environmental effects. This has always been our concern. This order has far-reaching implications, and we urge the city to leverage it in our ordinance. Petalumans want maximum protection from our city and want to know exactly when we will get that. Can that be discussed tonight? Finally, if the reason for this 8-month delay is staffing, we have a solution to save the city money. That is to use Andrew Campanelli, who will write the very best ordinance in just a couple weeks and for a mere fraction of the telecom law firm's cost. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker that we have is Susan Oakes, followed by Stephen Farley. Susan, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you and good evening, council and staff. I'm speaking today with kudos as well as suggestions regarding the plans for emergency shelter options for our houseless community members. Kudos to staff and council for progress on all fronts noted in tonight's presentation of 5B. I applaud the plans moving forward for permanent.
Susan, just to stop you real quick, this general public comment is for items on the agenda. If you do wish to speak on 5B, you can do so later on in the meeting. But I will now allow you to continue if you have something different to say.
I checked with city clerk and it's not about 5B. Your presentation is 5B. And I'm just saying kudos to that. Just all the things that you guys have already have in the works, and particularly the proclamation of the shelter crisis. My suggestions, one is to develop, or the major one is develop community within the tiny village among all entities, staff, volunteers, and the larger housed community. Number one, according to the proposal plan of tiny homes behind Mary Isaac, the units are all lined up on one side of the parking lot, which does not seem to promote community for the folks living in them. Possibly look for ways to orient the plan around a central hub for social interaction. Number two, use volunteers from the housed community and the unhoused to build structures and then to also manage the village. Number three, outreach to Petaluma citizens to build relationship between the community and the homeless. It goes a long way to dispel myths and promote understanding of this population and the varied circumstances. Search for additional sites for approved camps, because this plan only is for 24 houses and we have our homes and we have over 130 people on the streets. Two sites that seem plausible are Steamer Landing and Cedar Grove. I also encourage the staff and council to check out the website that's in my letter for the community-supported shelters in Eugene, Oregon. There's a lot of good information there. Thank you for the work that you're doing. That's it for tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have is Stephen Farley, followed by our final speaker, Veronica O. Stephen, I'll now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin. Stephen, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and begin. Madam Mayor, I will come back to you, Stephen. Veronica O, I will now allow you to speak. You can unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, everyone. City Council, Mayor Barrett, and community. I would like to announce that Know Before You Grow, for those of you who don't know it, it's a land use nonprofit in Petaluma focusing on 4 pillars, which is housing, transportation, city finances, and climate action. They have been holding a general plan series for the community to be better educated on the general plan topics. And the people who have been behind the forums have been community volunteers who get speakers for the different days. And this coming Wednesday on September 22nd from 7 to 8:30, we are very excited because we have 2 wonderful speakers from outside of Petaluma who are experts on transit-oriented development. We have a conversation asking, what if we could reduce GHG emissions, lessen traffic, and increase available housing all at the same time? With transit-oriented development, we can do all of this. If we build near transit, we reduce the need for garages and parking, leaving more space for housing. We replace new development on the edge of town, reducing the miles of road to be maintained by the city. So we all win. But we must know how to do transit-oriented development right. And we are going to hear from the experts on how to do that. And our own climate commissioner, Ann Edminster, will be hosting, and speakers Doug Farr, who is Chicago-based, is a renowned architect and best-selling author of Sustainable Urbanisms, Urban Design with Nature, and Sustainable Nation. So we're very lucky to have him come to Petaluma and talk to us on.
Thank you for your comments, but your time is up. Madam Mayor, at this point, Student Farley put his hand up.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close general public comment, and we will bring this back to the council, and I will call on the city council members for council comment. And I'm going to start with Council Member McDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I do want to just note that we have over 50 people from the public Zoom call tonight, so it's great to have this continued public participation. Regarding my committee assignments, the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee met September 1st with updates on the Bay Ridge Trails and its opportunities in Petaluma, updates on paving McDowell and how sidewalk and bicycles will be more included in that. Also, D Street and the quick build efforts that will be in the offing there. And also guides to make the city biking safer, and an update on the bicycle master plan that is underway. And in addition, the e-bike item that's on our agenda tonight. But the majority of my time outside of council is spent on the continuum of care for homelessness. And there is so many parts of this that are moving at the county. That's the county level board. And the HMIS system is the management information system for homelessness. They met on August 9th, the strategic planning subcommittee on August 20th, and again this week. And the continuum of care board in general on the 25th. The mayors and council meeting that was on August 12th was about homelessness. Homelessness is just on every political agenda, how to find solutions for it. With the mayors and councils meeting, they talked about equitable use of all the funding coming in, about having a single strategic plan, and how to solve the CDC, the county level commission staffing capacity problems so that good solutions and funding can get to the cities where a lot of the work happens. So that's been a very busy time. Also, I should note that the ARPA funding ad hoc committee met and had conversations on how to proceed with what was left as unfinished business at our last meeting. And I've been enjoying these general plan meetings that some of our public mentioned that have been all over town, and hearing the public's input. And I appreciate Before You Grow, as Veronica mentioned there, for all their efforts in this, and just to repeat her messaging, that's this Wednesday, September 15, 7 p.m. You can find them on Facebook or on Nextdoor, everywhere that's talking about the general plan, because it'll be a really, really good presentation. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Council Member Healy.
Thank you. So my primary liaison report concerns the Water Advisory Committee. There was a special WAC meeting this morning. And some of you may have already heard that the primary outcome of that was approving a revised water shortage allocation methodology among the prime contractors of the County Water Agency. The old methodology that's embedded in the restructured agreement from many years ago is quite unfavorable to Petaluma at this point in time. And so we kind of jumped up and down and got a better result. So for the initial period of the required 20% cutbacks in Russian River diversions for the water agency, the group agreed unanimously on a uniform 20% cutbacks among all the prime contractors. That runs through October 30th, but then the state threw us a curveball and extended that 20% reduction period the month of November, and I believe about 10 days or 2 weeks into December. So we needed to come up with something new for that latter period. And this now achieves that. It puts us in a much better position than what the previous methodology would have done. Petaluma and Sonoma were essentially being punished under the old methodology because we have higher than the regional average of industrial, in our case, mostly ag support uses, in Sonoma's case, hotel rooms. So Petaluma and Sonoma are the big winners out of this change. That's my liaison report. The airport commission has met a couple of times, but nothing noteworthy enough to respond to bring to the council's attention. And then with respect to one of the general public comments, Mr. O'Brien was mentioning a prototype of a home, a small home. I don't know if that's actually built or if that's something that's just on paper. If it's built, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see them bring it forward and invite us to go look at it. So those are comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the council members who had things going on in August. I actually had a recess. I didn't have, with the exception of the ARPA ad hoc, I didn't have any committee meetings. I do have a couple of comments I'd like to make. I learned about a program from Bayran that's rolling out that offers finance for energy projects. So as we think about our HVAC upgrades at City Hall, it'd be interesting to look if there's financing there, if we can do something with that. I would like to have an update on the fairgrounds public process and when that would start, and the wireless ordinance. Really appreciate the general public comments about the tiny home village and making that more resident managed and finding ways to create community and get investment in that. And then finally, I just want to give a thank you to staff for moving forward during the recess period on the COVID guidelines and moving forward and keeping our community safe, getting our staff vaccinated, and getting that information together. I do wonder if it might make sense to extend the weekly testing to all staff, and just, I know that's not what the county health guidelines are saying, but I just feel like we're kind of telling one side of the story if we're not testing everybody. So that's my comments for this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Transit Advisory Committee has met since we last met. A couple of items on tonight's agenda have gone through that committee, both the bike share and one of the consent calendars tonight relating to adding a transit planner. With respect to the bike share, I just we'll be addressing that later, but I just wanted to thank all the people who worked on that through the various committees, including the Bike and Ped Committee, as well as Transit, to come forward with something like that. It's something that's been in discussion in Transit. I've been on and off Transit over the last few years, and I know we were discussing it years ago, so I'm glad to see it come forward. I think, and I just think it's a good program, and I also think the people that worked on it and brought it forward deserve some commendations. The other item of interest, Parrot transit ridership remains down. It is likely due to the pandemic and people not using public transit as much. And so that's something to be monitored. I imagine, once, said this probably 3 or 4 times already, once we get past this, but eventually once we get past this, that ridership will increase. Sonoma Clean Power met shortly after our last meeting in early August. There were a number of items we discussed, but one for the city, and it's a bill to watch. It's AB 1110. And the general goal of the bill is to aim to accelerate purchase of zero emission vehicles by public agencies. So I don't know where that stands at this point in the legislature, but it's something. It may be a 2-year bill at this point, but hopefully it's something that comes forward, because that might provide, if it aims to do that, I'm hoping it aims to provide funding, because if it's aiming anywhere, that's where it should be aiming, because I think that is probably one of the larger barriers to public agencies purchasing zero emission vehicles. So those are my 2 committee reports. I'd also like to echo the comments of the 2 of the prior council members with regarding the public comment regarding homeless and some alternative structures. I'd be interested in seeing those as part of the considerations going forward when we address this next week. And lastly, on Saturday, it was the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. And I just wanted to acknowledge and remember the people that were lost that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 4 items to report on. I had a very busy August. Today, actually, we had the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Regional Climate Protection Agency meeting. And we approved what's called our Comprehensive Transportation Plan, which we haven't done since 2016. And it looks to 2050. And it takes all the projects that have submitted by all the jurisdictions in Sonoma County, and it takes a look at what the result would be. And unfortunately, the result is that we don't have any reduction in our GHG emissions. So that's the bad news. The good news is, Councilmember King, is that we did get word today that for most fleets in most cities that they're finding that to buy an EV, actually, if you aggregate all of the maintenance cost and the gas cost and the rest of it, it's actually cheaper if you look at that totality to actually buy EVs for your fleets than it is to buy what we call an ICE now, which is internal combustion engine. I did have I'm on an ad hoc committee of the SCTA called the Future of Transit, and we had a meeting last week, and this is where we're trying to integrate the transit agencies of City of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County and Petaluma. And what we learned that all 3 of those agencies have well below the pandemic levels of ridership, and don't expect those to come up for at least another year. But they are moving forward with that consolidation of those services so that it makes it more seamless for the user. Did have a planning commission meeting where we approved a new sign for the airport, a monument sign that's 15 feet tall, and got a presentation about the Meridian at Corona Station Affordable Housing Project and some update that were done there. And last thing, which is not a city assignment, but as you know, I was taking the lead on what we call the Cool City Challenge. And we submitted that application last week. And we had a total of 29 community members and 263 cool block leaders. The grantor has actually extended the time to get cool block leaders. So we have one more information meeting coming up, and can submit even more than the 200 that was required. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kosike.
Thanks, Mayor. We had the first Youth Commission meeting of the new school year, and we have elected Sam Kramer as president for the new year from Petaluma High School. The new secretary will be Lily Moser, also from Petaluma High School, and vice president will be settled on at the next meeting tomorrow. We still have spots for, I don't have an exact number, but 1 or 2 youth members and adult members, if anyone knows someone who's interested. At the Health Action meeting, the County Health Action Council meeting last month, the largest points of discussion were on other initiatives in the county similar to our SAFE program, our specific advice, no, specific something for everyone. Somebody help me. So specific assistance for everyone, I believe it is. In any case, Santa Rosa continues to work on their model, which is called In Response. I believe they're going to start right around the first of the year. They do some things specifically different from ours. I won't go through that in detail. The county mobile support team is also being expanded by the beginning of next year, and both of these programs will be more similar, I believe, than not to our SAFE program, but they will have differences. And the idea that's being proposed as these presentations were made is that we should consider these as separate pilot projects and get the groups together to discuss what works better with each one, if anything. The Climate Action Commission has had 2 meetings since we last met. We had a presentation on wildfires, which mentioned a new state law that has been passed, but still has to have regulations written for it, which prohibits in the state, I believe, any vegetation within 5 feet of any building. Now, the person that gave this presentation opined that the state agency responsible for writing the regulations will probably come up with some exceptions or some exceptions to this rule of no vegetation, but that in his mind, it should be as strict as possible. At the last meeting, we had a presentation from our Climate Ready ad hoc committee of the Climate Action Commission, and I was excited by the progress they've made in the presentation they're going to give to community groups, as well as the possibilities for intersection and collaboration with the Cool Cities Challenge. Finally, and I'll like this to Peggy, I think we're going to talk later on about a League of California Cities resolution that I'll be voting on at the meeting in two weeks, I believe, not quite 2 weeks. And but we have this second resolution, and I'm not sure I could comment on that for a minute now, Peggy, and get some direction from the council, or we could, unless you think it's easier to just agendize it for next week.
This probably could have gone under the tentative agenda, but given that the league is asking us to potentially weigh in on it, we could bring it back. I know that staff has been looking at it, so if you want to mention it.
I think okay. Well, yeah. Let's mention it. This is brought forward by the city of Southgate near Los Angeles. They are a city with a median income, as they point out, of 35% less than the city of Los Angeles, and that their city, as many of us are, pressed for having to do things that cost money. And right now, there are issues. They have 3 rail lines coming through their town, and they're bothered by people illegally dumping on these sites, by graffiti, and by homeless camps that eventually need to be cleaned up. And what they're left with is either paying for this cleanup themselves or pushing the right-of-way owner to do this cleanup. But since it is private property, to wait sometimes weeks and months for the property owner to get this done, who also won't let them do it and pay them to do it. Their resolution asks to make the California State Public Utilities Commission, which already bears responsibility for safety of railroad right-of-ways. They would like to extend the responsibility of the CPUC to maintenance of these right-of-ways, to inspections, and help get maintenance done. Give them some power to do inspections and get maintenance done on these railroad right-of-ways, because it's an imposition and costs money to all, but especially ones who with less funding. And so that's the issue here, and I don't think it affects us directly. I think that I can't give what I would consider a great reason for supporting it or not supporting it, except that my advice would be that we support it on the basis of helping cities meet their financial obligations and keep their cities clean. And I could take, if someone feels quite differently, there is certainly a lot more verbiage related to this than I just gave, but those are the important points in my opinion. Mike Healy's read that, I believe, as well. Mike, would you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. I don't, Madam Mayor, if I may. So I don't have real strong feelings on this one way or the other, but I think, the tradition in the past, we haven't generally brought the annual conference resolutions to the council beforehand. I think the first one was significantly important, that I appreciate that happening. And I think Councilmember Post should just be authorized to exercise his discretion based on the arguments presented at the meeting. And quite frankly, it's possible there may be other resolutions that we don't know about yet added at the last moment. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you both for that. And I will just weigh in now with my council comments. I first of all would like to just announce that on this coming Saturday at McNair Park at noon, the Petaluma Blacks for Community Development are going to have their annual picnic, and from 12 to 3, and people are invited, and masks are required. So I hope people will join us there this weekend. I also would like to ask our city attorney if he could weigh in on the general public comment question concerning the status of the telecommunications ordinance update, perhaps after the city manager gives her report. And also, as I often do, I receive questions from people in the public who are concerned about issues. And one of those situations was a business here in town that could definitely have gained by having access to the SAFE team that Councilman Posake just referred to in his comments regarding homeless issues. That business owner asked me if there was a public number that businesses or individuals could call in order to reach the SAFE team. So I would like staff to, if they know it now, let us know, but also perhaps put that in our community updates or on our website, someplace that's easy, and perhaps ask our police to have that number handy, so that if they're called to a situation, a site, or where the SAFE would be the better group to handle the problem, that the police can give, actually, if not call SAFE themselves, give that information to the business owners. That way we're taking care of the issue in a very short time frame, rather than letting it stretch out and become a more serious problem. So with that, I will ask our city manager if she has any comments, and welcome her back from her vacation.
Thank you, Mayor. And now I have a lot of comments, so I will go through them very quickly. First of all, I just want to thank our Assistant City Manager, Brian Cochran, and our staff for filling in for me while I was gone. I much appreciate it. We have an incredible city team here, so things went very smoothly while I was away. The SAFE team phone number that you just mentioned, Mayor, the phone number is 707-781-1234, and it's on our website. If you just look up SAFE, I'm certain it pops up. But it's fairly easy to remember. 707-781-1234. And I want to say it's painted on the side of the van that they drive, but I have updates on the telecom ordinance. The administrative draft of the telecom ordinance is currently being reviewed by staff. So we are working on it, and we will be bringing it to Planning Commission and then Council before the end of the year. The fairgrounds process, we are going to be kicking that off this fall. I'm actually planning, I've got to get the subcommittee together to discuss next steps and then bring it to council. But we did talk to Ramey and Associates, since they are working on our general plan, to work with them to help us on our process. So that is underway. Wanted to remind everyone, tomorrow's election day. There are 2 recall efforts, one locally and one statewide. All info, including polling locations, are located on the Sonoma County website at sonomacountyca.gov. So encourage everybody who hasn't voted yet to please vote. Our vaccination testing requirement has been extended to all staff, and that is effective mid-October. I think it's like October 18th, but it does apply to all staff, not just public safety. I do want to reflect that, for the first September, since my arrival, this will be the first September that we are not in Emergency Operations Center regarding the fires or evacuation. And it made me reflect, as many of us probably yesterday, on that somber anniversary of folks we lost and the bravery that was exhibited by so many on that day, on 9/11, and subsequently. And it just reminded me and made me appreciate so very much the ever-ready preparedness of our fire and police departments, and just our team. And we continue to do that. And I can't be more proud of our team, but I've got to tell you, I'm really happy that we're not in the EC now. And then finally, super excited, honored, and privileged to introduce our new Public Works and Utilities Director. It's his first day today. It's Christopher Bolt. He comes to us across countries, already found a house here in Petaluma, he and his wife, and their 12-year-old son, Christopher. I think I got his age right. Chris comes to us with over 30 years of public works and engineering experience. He spent the past 7 years as assistant administrator and managing director for the County of Jackson, Michigan, and in their public works department. He was the managing director. Have heard nothing but not only stellar references and reviews, but I know his staff is woefully missing him right now. And so we are the benefactor of that. And I just want to welcome you, Chris, and wanted to see if you had anything to say.
Thank you very much. I just want to say hello and thank you. I feel so very blessed to be here in your beautiful community. My wife and I traveled here about a year ago now, and we fell in love with this wonderful place, and couldn't be more blessed how the moon and the stars have aligned, where I found all of you and you found me. So I think you're right, Peggy. My staff may be missing me, but more than anything, I think they're perhaps a little envious, as they told me during my last few days. So super happy to be here, and I can't wait to meet all of you, each of you in person here in the near future. I've had a great first day, by the way. The staff here is incredible. I was telling my wife here at lunch that I've really got to stay on my game, because we just have so many intelligent and passionate people here, and I couldn't be more impressed. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome, Christopher. And that concludes my comments. I think I answered everybody's questions. If I didn't, I'll circle back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think you actually even answered the question about the telecommunication ordinance as well. So I appreciate that, and I'm sure our public does as well. So with that, we will move to approval of minutes. And the minutes were amended as when they were submitted. So if I don't see anybody's hand up, we will accept the minutes as amended. And now we will look at approval of the proposed agenda for September 20th. And is there any, okay, I need a motion on that.
Happy to move approval.
Okay, and Councilmember Fisher?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we will have a roll call vote on that.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yep. Yes.
Fisher. Sorry, Fisher, did you respond?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Healy,
Yeah.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Bozick.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And so with that, we're on to the consent calendar. And I have no notice that anybody wants to pull any items on the consent calendar. So is there any comments on the consent calendar? Otherwise, I'll go to public comment. My city council member, McDonald, has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to support the sidewalks and ramp effort. I love it when basic infrastructure gets done and when staff figures out how to get more of it done in a year than originally scheduled. So extending this, yeah, there's so much sidewalk work needed in town. And if people don't like the sidewalks that they see and their private liability, remember sidewalks, private liability, this contract can help get those sidewalks done. I mean, our sidewalk repair is based on complaint system. So in order to have better sidewalks, we have to push each other to do our private best. And the city can help you through this contracting thing and getting it done through the city. But we just need to improve our walkability in this town, and this item does that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Second what Councilmember McDonald just said. I also want to comment that I'm really in support of the bike share program. But as it states in the staff report, I just want all the council to be aware that we're not out of the woods yet. And when we place those hubs, we're going to really need to focus on safety and making sure that we're around them. And that may mean increasing the funding that we've allocated to things like traffic calming and bike infrastructure. And then finally, on the final subdivision map for the Casa Grande project, just one little thing that happened before I was on the council, but the reason why we have that connectivity into Del Oro Circle is because when Del Oro Circle was done, they bolted out and left it there. And in the future, it would be great if we do the same. There's an opportunity, I think, to extend a dead end basically out so that we don't have cul-de-sacs. And that's how you wind up with gridded streets like what we have on the west side, where things are more walkable and traffic flows better. And it's just a better urban design. And in the future, if we're adding projects like that, we should think farther down the line about making sure that we're setting ourselves up for the next project and making that walkable. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'll ask our city clerk if she received any public comment on the consent calendar items.
Madam Mayor, no comments on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll open public comment, and I'll ask our moderator to see if there's anybody on Zoom who would like to speak to items that are only on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar items only, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. I see 4 hands currently raised, so I will share my screen and call on our first speaker, which is Elise Hempel, followed by Taryn Obaid. Elise, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, it's Elise from Petaluma People Services Center. I was just going to make sure everybody had the safe phone number, 707 781-1234, or you can call Petaluma People Services Center if you just have questions about the program and don't need urgent help, and you can call us and we can talk you through that program. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Elise. Well, you're off topic now, so we'll go to the next speaker, which is Taryn Obaid, followed by Sheila Baker. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on items F, G, and H. First for F, I just really I live down near the river, and there are a lot of bikes down here that the homeless acquire and drag down to the riverside. And they end up in the river on the banks, more bikes than it seems humanly possible for a group of people to ride. So I would just like to encourage the city to really take every opportunity to make sure this is a very secure program, that we do have, I know we have analytics for tracking them. I hope that that ties to credit card and identity and all sorts of vetting, because this has not gone well in other cities, and I don't want it to turn out to be a waste for us. Also, thank you, Councilmember Barnacle, for citing the issue of safety. I do not ride my bike on the streets. It is not safe, and I wouldn't want anyone else to either. I prefer people to ride their bikes on the sidewalk, which may be against the law, but I don't want them to lose their lives. So this is another shout out to, let's please get some traffic safety for bicycling as well as walking. Thank you. And then my final comment is about G and H. My understanding is the Casa Grande or runoff or drainage report was done by the applicant or their business partner themselves. And I see this sort of incestuous arrangement or appearance of incestuous arrangement happening time and time again with Petaluma projects. And yes, these entities are big campaign contributors to certain city council members, and they are very entrenched with perhaps city staff as well, high comfort level there. But I would really like to see Petaluma, on behalf of citizens and taxpayers and people who live in flood zones, to take every opportunity to vet conflicts of interest and to reduce conflicts of interest, so we lower the likelihood that somebody who has a financial gain from building in an area where they shouldn't, perhaps, putting in documentation that supports them getting away with something that shouldn't happen and pushes liability and potential property and safety sorts of losses onto the taxpayer. There's a lot we can do to increase our vigilance against conflicts of interest, and I would like to see that happen. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sheila Baker, followed by Ben Peters. Sheila, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I just would like to compliment and thank the members of the ad hoc PBAC and Transit Advisory Committee that have been working on the bike share program. It's been a long time, and I think they've stayed with it and really looked at it and kind of molded it and helped. In addition, Transit Manager Jared Hall, has done an amazing job on the bike share, and it's just, I think, going to be a great program. I echo the concerns of Vice Mayor Barnacle and public commenter Taryn Obaid, that we have safety issues in this town, and I know we know it, but it's just really not easy. We do have the bike and ped master plan coming down the pipeline, and that's fabulous. But the amount of traffic gridlock, the horrible big trucks all over this town are really, really unnerving. Regarding riding on the sidewalk, right on, absolutely. No, we're not supposed to ride on the sidewalk, but yes, we only ride on the sidewalk when there's no place in the street to ride. And so I've noticed a big increase in sidewalk riders since I've been walking with my little broken wrist that's healing nicely, I guess. And I just kind of have to move aside. That's not good. A pedestrian should not have to move aside for a bicyclist riding on the sidewalk. No, that's not okay. So we have planning to do. We have planning to look at the sheer amount of volume of our traffic. I know we have VMT group advisory committee coming up pretty soon, and we have good thinking on what we should do with all of this. We have our new public works director, and that's wonderful. But there is so much work to do. Get rid of these great big trucks. Please get rid of them. Send them to Mars. Send them to Jupiter or something. They may want them. But we shouldn't want that many, especially on our Copeland Transit Mall Street. And that's kind of around the transit-oriented center of the train and the buses. And it's just crazy having buses that have to drive around these big trucks, these big semis, and plus the traffic going through Copeland. So that whole area around D Street, Copeland, Washington, and Lakeville is just awful, and it really needs work. And I hopefully we can give it. Having a Cheryl on Lakeville is not really a very good idea. So only the fearless.
Thank you, Sheila. Next speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Ralph Haney. And just a reminder to speakers to please limit your comments to the actions that are being discussed here. We're venturing a little bit into general public comment, so I'd appreciate it if you keep it on topic here. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, everyone. Want to talk about the recently completed roofing projects. So glad to see those are now coming to fruition. A reminder to everyone listening in, the city did have the opportunity to finance roofing as part of a rooftop solar project. Unfortunately, those sites were deemed not viable by the no bid contract provider. I'm curious to see the latest update on citywide solar projects and any recent activity that might have occurred. I would now like to focus the city's attention to the Kavanaugh pool roof. Would be an excellent place to have a solar thermal or solar pool heating system to replace the natural gas heating going on at that facility. That is a very cost-effective technology, a great opportunity to decarbonize our city's transportation and electricity and natural gas infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Next speaker is Ralph Haney, followed by Veronica O. Ralph, you may unmute and begin your comments. Ralph, are you there? Okay, we will go to Veronica O and then come back to Ralph. Veronica, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'll keep it short. I just wanted to echo the comments of Councilman Barnacle and previous comments about bike safety with a bike share program. It just worries me a little bit having tourists who come and other people who come from out of town and maybe not that au fait with our roads and the dangers that exist in the areas that were mentioned, along with residential areas have become increasingly speed areas. And I think with the development of further construction and other activities going on, that perhaps some sort of slow down campaign or share the road campaign would be in order in conjunction with this, because it's really harsh out there if you're on a bike. I ride my bike every day, and it is, it's very tumultuous to be on a bike in Petaluma if you're trying to get from point A to point B. So yeah, some of those ideas, I don't know how they could be executed, but those are some comments. Thank you so much for your attention. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Veronica. We'll go back to Ralph
Haney. Ralph, you may mute and begin your comments. Ralph, I see that you've unmuted. I'm not hearing you.
I'm sorry, I was on my mobile phone and the button was not available for some reason. I'm now on the computer. I have to preference this with a quick question. I'm actually going to comment on the new business item later in the agenda. I hope I can provide 2 comments, this one being very short.
If you have a comment on new business, you should provide that comment during the appropriate time. This is just for consent items right now.
Understood. I'd like to speak very briefly on the bike share.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Okay, so, it's wonderful that we're promoting bicycle traffic in Petaluma. I've bicycled to work across town, and I've used SMART many times prior to the recent employment here in town. I was going down to San Rafael. Bicycling is the way to go. It's great, but we have to think ahead and build to, as everybody has spoken, in a more safe manner. Right now, getting over the freeway, you are very limited. The same with car vehicles, you're very limited in the way you can get across town, right? But on a bicycle, if you want to get south, if you want to go directly south on Lakeville, there's a very narrow corridor underneath the freeway that's extremely dangerous for bicyclists, but we're always there. We have no choice. The only alternative is to go across Caulfield and go way several, out of the way to get back down to South McDowell or Lakeville South, actually. That corridor under the 101 freeway is extremely dangerous because there are a lot of trucks that come off the freeway there, and they turn left to head south on Lakeville, and they do not stay within their lane. It's difficult for them to do that. So they're always going over the white line into the only bike path available. And on the right side, that bike path is a concrete barrier. There's nowhere to go. I've had to stop several times, literally just stop and shrink myself and hope that truck stays at least, far enough away from me that I survive. It's a very dangerous spot right there. If anything could be prioritized, there are quite a few bicycles that go through there, and there are quite a few homeless people that ride their bikes in the opposite direction of traffic, which is extremely dangerous because they don't want to ride in traffic, and there's really no bike lane on the other side of that road. Just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you so much for pushing the whole bicycle traffic aspect in Petaluma.
Thank you for your comments, Ralph. And that is the last hand we have raised. So I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment on the consent calendar. And I am looking for a motion. And I see the council member Fisher's hand went up. So
I'll move all the items on the consent calendar.
thank you. And Vice Mayor?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Fisher and a second by Barnacle, and we'll have a roll call vote by the city clerk.
Excuse me. Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Osake?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we're on to unfinished business, and this is item 4A, and this is adoption, the second reading of ordinances 3, amending ordinance 2781 to change certain appropriations for the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, appropriations for the operations of the city of Petaluma from June 1st, 2021 to July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. And Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran will give the presentation on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, council members. Just as a brief reminder, the city was the recipient through the American Rescue Plan Act of $8.3 million in federal funding to address a variety of the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The staff did bring a recommendation forward on August 2nd at our last council meeting, and the council approved a number of ordinances to move forward with those appropriations and recommendations. There was one ordinance that was approved as an urgency item, and those appropriations were available immediately. And then there were these 3 ordinances that you have before you that were non-unanimous, so they were basically approved as regular ordinances. There are various items attached to each of them as the council structured their votes. Certain council members wanted to vote yes or no on different items, and so that's why they're structured as such. So just to quickly summarize, we do have the ordinance, which is number 2787 in your packet. That was approved on a 6-1 vote. The vice mayor voting no on that one. Ordinance 2788 was approved at a vote of 4-3 with Vice Mayor as well as Council Members Fisher and Kosike voting no. And then finally, Ordinance 2789, which was a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Fisher voting no. So the item before you is to go ahead and approve the second readings of those three items to move them forward to adoption, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. And don't see any hands up among the council. And I will ask our city clerk if she has received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, no public comments prior to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask Patrick Carter to have us open public comment. Anyone on Zoom who would like to speak to item 4A.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see 3 hands raised already. Other members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand now and you'll be called on in turn. Our first speaker is Eric Leland, followed by Taryn Obaid. Eric, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, in the previous conversations around funding, it was very difficult to for the public as well as for the council to be able to judge and compare and contrast between the different priorities that relate. I think Councilmember Fisher pointed that out very well in the previous conversations. We simply didn't have enough criteria to understand how to compare and contrast projects. This was also true of the city's budget priority process. I'd like to strongly encourage the council as well as any members of various committees to work together with staff to come up with some criteria, simple criteria for measuring city projects. Basically, define a set of most important criteria or indicators to use as just a standard for defining any project of interest to the city of Petaluma, not just development projects, but anything we invest time and money in. Basically, something that would allow anyone, public, council, folks in committees, ad hocs, anyone reviewing projects to quickly compare projects on their most important indicators, basically helping people understand more rapidly key aspects of the project to facilitate, higher quality prioritization, help the public, council, and others to sort of advocate and essentially make better decisions. So, what do I mean? There's plenty of possible indicators. You could start out very simple and kind of expand from there, but one could imagine having indicators on all projects that have to do with climate, resiliency, sustainability, things like air quality, blue spaces, energy use, waste generation, biodiversity, this sort of thing. Safety, health injuries, crime, things like this. Mobility, could look at projects in terms of walkability, bikeability, transit access, accessibility, measuring equity on these projects, population density, age, race, income, employment, many others. Financial resources, this is one of the key problematic areas. What are the funds required for each of these projects in the ARPA priorities presented? What does it really take to get these done? What's already been generated to pay for these things? What has already been spent on some of these projects? So what's the financial resource impact? Let's have some criteria around that. Even the criteria around, engagement. Has there been public engagement on any of these issues? Lots of people talk about the fairgrounds in this way and so forth. Transparency, oversight. So in summary, moving forward, as you consider ARPA city priorities, please consider having a framework for measuring city projects that's readily understood by anyone who wants to engage in these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Ben Peters. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I second Eric's comments. Exactly. We are lacking rigor and cost-benefit analysis is standard practice I don't understand why the city is not implementing or utilizing cost benefit analysis to help frame contextually and understand our options whenever we're having these types of discussion. I was concerned by the spending decisions for several reasons. However, tonight my comment is focused to the fact that the city did not include any consideration of our. I don't understand it. We need to be thinking about rescuing ourselves from when we run out of water. Like our neighbor Mendocino, which is already out of water and subjected to great expense for having to truck in water for their businesses and their residences. What is Petaluma going to do when we run out of water? Everyone is talking about we're going to level 4. What is level 5? What's that going to be? And when are we going to hit it? So I personally do not understand why we would spend nearly $1 million on a brand new fire truck. Given that the bigger threat to us, bigger than fire right now in our city of Petaluma, is our drought crisis. I didn't see any mention of how many miles are even on that vehicle. And when we decommission a truck, it goes out to auction and some smaller town buys it. Why is it not good enough for us? Where is the cost benefit analysis there that tells us what benefit we get for the $1 million on a new fire truck versus the cost of neglecting water supply to the tune of $1 million. I really would like to see some rigor in our financial decisions and our general decision making. Again, it's called cost benefit analysis, and it's elementary, it's standard. So if we really do have to buy a brand new shiny truck for Petaluma, and if it's going to be auctioned off to some other town who finds it good enough, can we at least have that sale money back to the city to put it towards exploring water supply solutions? Because again, everyone right now is pretty freaking freaked out about what we are going to do when we have to turn to level 5 and ultimately when we run out of water. I don't know, is this the emperor has new clothes? Is this we're too uncomfortable thinking about this? We need to think not just about now and moving to level 4, but think several points out in the future. Thanks. I hope to see more next time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Taryn. Our next speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Sonoma County Conservation Council. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yeah, just to jump on the drought bandwagon for a second. Taryn, go check out the tentative agenda for next meeting, because I believe the city manager is going already to level 5. So we're going to be there next day. So I agree. This is a significant misuse of public funds, and no consideration of the drought or clean air is a mistake. Another project that would be seriously improved would be the EAC project. Number one, that needs to not include natural gas. If that includes natural gas, then we are not going to hit our net zero goals. That's a fact. Okay. Number two, that can be financed. The vice mayor mentioned financing. I've mentioned the PG&E financing. If we're spending scarce dollars to pay for a project that could be financed, we're wasting our money. Another project, which is the potential waste of money, is the new wing for a permitting office, which I understand is now totally virtual. So we're going to build out a building for a permitting office? How does that make sense? The last comment I'll make, hopefully it resonates with some of you listening on the phone. I do support the city staff receiving bonuses. I question the people that got left out of that. My understanding is the city subcontracts our janitorial services, and those are probably some of the lowest wage earners that get paid by the city of Petaluma. And if those janitors did not receive bonuses as well, if they were forgotten, then we are not doing our part. And so unless I hear otherwise, and I sure hope I am wrong, but if we forgot the low wage workers that clean our city facilities, then really, where is our heart? Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker and currently last speaker is Sonoma County Conservation Council. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. This is Susan Perks coming through the platform for a council that the organizations I belong to represent. So, for elected officials, when COVID relief funds, the ARPA funds come through, I want my elected officials to really be sensitive to our greater community and how to best utilize these funds to help our community in recovery. As I definitely support what Eric Luland had said earlier. And I would say as an example that anything above HVAC upgrades and health-related actions at City Hall in terms of remodeling, anything above that should not be covered with these funds. We have the 1-cent sales tax now. So you have a pretty significant amount of revenue coming in annually. And so when the staff presents our elected officials with the report that was presented, I believe it's incumbent upon the elected officials to ensure broad community outreach and to really think about who needs help in the community. Where I would, for example, channel those remodeling funds for the City Hall would be to help our city schools to coordinate with helping with COVID testing kits. And I want to acknowledge Zaira Garcia because I've read some of her suggestions and information about the knowledge about what our community needs. And this would be for COVID relief. So you could help and coordinate with our school districts to help provide COVID testing kits, to do things that families truly need, after school care funding. And I'm just really disappointed with how some of the council members basically were just going to rubber stamp what your staff brought to you. It's really incumbent upon you as elected officials to really think and care about what our community needs for relief and recovery. And I would frankly like to see you reconsider some of the decisions you made. And for that extra $650,000 out there, I'd like for you to give the authority to the Ad Hoc Advisory Committee for Public Safety and Community Safety to give their input in terms of what they believe that funding should be used for. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And that is the last hand we have raised. So I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the council. We have 3 ordinances to vote on. And so I am looking for motions on each of them individually. So I will call on Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, I'll move ordinance number 2787.
Okay, do we have a second for that? Can I call on Councilmember Poske?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we will have a roll call vote on what was that, 2787?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
No.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1, Barnacle voting no.
Thank you. So now I'm looking for a motion on ordinance 2788. And I see Councilmember Posake. No, you do not want to make this, I don't think. You might want to put your hand down. Councilmember King.
Yes, I'll move appropriations ordinance amendment number 2788.
Okay, and Councilmember McDonald.
I will second that.
So we have a motion by King, second by McDonald, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
No.
Fisher,
No.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Osake.
No.
Motion passes 4-3 with Barnacle, Fisher, and Osake voting no.
Thank you. And so now I'm looking for a motion for ordinance number 2789. And I see Mr. King has his hand up.
Yeah, move appropriations ordinance amendment number 2789.
Thank you. And I'm looking for a second. To Councilmember McDonald.
I will second that.
So we have a motion by King, second by McDonald, and we will do a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
No.
Fisher,
No.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Osake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2 with Barnacle and Fisher voting no.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to move on to new business and item 5A, which is a resolution authorizing allocation of public art funds and direction to the city manager to execute a contract with environmental consultants Lamford Gregory to prepare an environmental impact report for a fine balance public art project. And staff will be represented by Heather Hines.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Nice to see everybody again. This evening's item is a continued discussion about a fine balance public art project on Water Street commissioned by the city. So as was outlined in your staff report, there is quite a lengthy history of both this project specifically and the city's effort to commission a public artwork in this general area at the center of town. In October of 2016, the city released an RFQ, and it was actually the second effort, request for qualifications for this project after the first effort was canceled when there wasn't a proposal that the Public Art Committee could vote to move forward. So in October of 2016, there was an RFQ released to commission a public artwork on Water Street. And after a lengthy selection committee and interviews and two finalists being recommended to the Public Art Committee and ultimately artist Brian Goggin being recommended to the City Council, the city did enter into a contract. Followed about a year and a half later, after community outreach, design concepts, the final design was approved by Public Art Committee and was subsequently appealed. That came up to the City Council in September of 2019, and the City Council denied the appeals, upheld the Public Art Committee's approval of the final design for a fine balance. As part of those appeals, there was the environmental review that the city had done initially was challenged, so the City Council asked staff to ensure that when the project came back to them, that there was solid environmental review to avoid any potential litigation. So let's see, September 2020, we released an RFP for an EIR. And that information was then brought before the Public Art Committee the following month. They initiated some discussion about next steps and ultimately continued the item for the subcommittee to explore options and report back to the committee, which happened in April of 2021. Public Art Committee continued the discussion that they had started the previous year. They reviewed some alternative locations and ultimately approved a recommendation to come to the council to move forward with the ER. So the proposal the city got in response to the RFP was from Lanford Gregory. The proposal really focused on historic resources and aesthetics. So it would be a focused EIR. They identified that really very narrowly defined the potential impacts as being related to historic district and as relates to aesthetics and scenic views. The consultant team incorporated Page and Turnbull, which is a well-known historic firm, as well as Environmental Vision for photo installations to supplement the analysis. Let's see, an $80,000 proposed budget and about 10-month proposed timeline from execution of the contract to complete the EIR. Given the amount of public comment we have received on this public art project throughout the process, one of the things that staff has raised is an anticipated wealth of comments on a draft EIR associated with this. The proposal includes 32 hours to respond to those public comments, but also recognizes that if it goes significantly beyond that, it would need to be an amendment to that budget. The proposal actually, and this is brought up in several of the public comments that the council has received, the proposal from Lanford Gregory also indicates a general support with the city's original CEQA determination as an exemption, but again, in an abundance of caution, given the threat of litigation, the city does recommend moving forward with a focused EIR. So one of the common comments from members of the public in opposition to the overall Fine Balance art project is about the location. So one of the things that the project subcommittee, which is we're 3 members of the Public Art Committee, they looked to review alternative sites that they could share as a discussion with the full Public Art Committee. They really focused the look on sites limited to the general downtown area as well as along the river to really respect that original location that was both included in the queue, and it was consistent with the artist's design and consideration of a fine balance. So they didn't look too far outside of that central area. Some suggestions such as Ellis Creek or Schollenberger were submitted, and generally, the subcommittee felt like they did not respect the original intent and the artist's creative process in coming up with the artwork design. We looked a lot at city-owned properties and did this both with the subcommittee and at the Public Art Committee. When the subcommittee reported back, staff brought up a map of a GIS map that identifies all the city-owned properties to really kind of cruise through that downtown area virtually to look at potentials. And there was a number looked at, talked about, but there's a lot of challenges based on the size or location, like Kavanaugh Landing Park was looked at, or the Trestle area. Another thing that was discussed is looking at an alternative site as an alternative to doing the full environmental impact report analysis, and needing to be careful that another site was not looked at or selected that had any of its own environmental sensitivity that you would end up in a similar need for an EIR. So this shows the location of the artwork as outlined in the RFQ and as designed, and a rendering from the artists with the Balshaw Bridge there in the background. So one of the areas that we did look at with the subcommittee and with the full Public Art Committee was North Water Street. This is the area that is currently under construction associated with the North River Apartments project. And This area here that I have my cursor on is where the existing pedestrian bridge comes across. And then this is going to be a new pedestrian and bike path that ultimately will feed into new sidewalk amenities along North Water Street. So this was one of the areas that was looked at more closely by the committee and the subcommittee. There's some constraints here. Top of Bank, this is an access road to this pump station, so needed to keep this really clear for the maintenance trucks to come and go. There was a consideration and exploration. This is a kind of remnant parcel that there was the potential to acquire for approximately $100,000. So that was something that was talked about. It does still remain close to the original location in terms of the continuity for the artistic concept. Some of the challenges were the cost of acquiring property to site the artwork. And there are a lot of boundary issues with the state lands. And so a potential for area to have that conflict with state lands jurisdiction and have additional requirements in those ways, as well as important to remain above top of bank of the Petaluma River to avoid impacts associated with that. Another site that we looked closely at was along the river. This is the riverfront development. And this area down along here is to be a linear park along the river, passive park with seating and a pathway, which then you have, this is now owned by Skinnell, and they have a current project in which would look at continuing this idea of a linear public park along the river and a pathway. So this was another area that was looked at as potentially placing the artwork along that area. Again, it remains close to the original location for the continuity. It had some of the same challenges in terms of lots of overlap with state lands jurisdiction, and it's very hard to tell where some of that jurisdiction is until you get deeper into it and are doing some of that work with the state lands. Also important to remain above the top of bank. Challenge with this area is a lot of it would be tied to ultimate approval and permitting and ultimate development of development projects in this area, then move forward with adding artwork in these areas. So that gives you an idea of some of the specific sites that had a little more conversation. Another thing that was talked about with the Public Art Committee, really acknowledging that there are changed conditions since this RFQ was originally issued, and the contract was approved and executed by the city. With the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a significant increase in outdoor activity in areas, specifically Water Street, and recognizing that those impacts are long-lasting and that outdoor commercial activity is likely to remain. It's been something that members of the community have really enjoyed, and it has given some flexibility to our local businesses. So one of the things that was looked at is the interaction of where the tents for outside dining are currently and where the location of the artwork was. And you will see in the purple, there is a conflict with one of the pieces of artwork, this sculptures, and a tent that's out to serve one of the existing restaurants that backs onto Water Street. So it was talked about with the committee, and they ultimately acknowledged that there would need to be some modification to the ultimate placement to avoid those constraints, but felt like it was still a viable option. It didn't preclude a fine balance from being installed. touching on project budget. So the initial budget for the artist was $150,000. To date, the city has paid the artist for work done of approximately $50,000. The proposed environmental impact report is $80,000 from Lanford Gregory, and I said the same thing to the Public Art Committee. Want to acknowledge that there may be some flex in that depending on issues that come up during that process. Staff expenditures to date are approximately $45,000. So that's kind of where we stand with the project. There have been a lot of comments about there not being adequate funds or moving forward with this project, draining the public art fund. So I wanted to just kind of provide a little bit of update. As of July 1, the public art fund balance was about $719,000. And when the committee looked at that, they looked at that budget through the lens of what is already allocated or in the works or potentially in the works. So you'll see that $100,000 was estimated for an EIR budget, in addition to the $100,000 outstanding in that artist contract. Money that was outstanding for the river, as well as the Keller Street garage mural. So recognizing about $285,000 was kind of in process with projects, but still after that, a revised fund balance of about $434,000. So there has been a robust community dialogue throughout the project timeline for this project, continues to raise vocal concerns from members of the community. You had a lot of that public comment included as background to the staff report. Additionally, we've received approximately 60 public comments that have come in since publication of the packet that have been posted to Granicus. A majority of the late mail comments are opposed to the artwork, citing concerns about the character of the artwork, the location, and the use of funds. There have also been ardent supporters of the project throughout, many of whom continue to voice their support, noting the public process that happened throughout this project, starting as early as the selection committee that was made up of local business owners, local artists, to make that recommendation for the selection through other outreach that has happened, reputation of the artist's past work, and really that ultimate desire for engagement along Water Street. Before you tonight is the recommendation from the Public Art Committee. The Public Art Committee did ultimately, after discussing different sites and evaluating the EIR proposal and having a pretty robust discussion themselves at their meeting, they did vote by a 4-3 vote to recommend that the City Council allocate funds and execute a contract with Lanford Gregory to move forward with the project in its location as originally planned. So the resolution before you is the recommendation from the Public Art Committee and setting that up to authorize the allocation and execute the contract. Alternatively, given the continued community discord, in addition to some of the modified conditions or priorities, since that RFQ was issued, the City Council may provide direction to staff to return with a resolution directing non-renewal of the contract with the artist, which would effectively cancel the project. So I'm here to answer questions where I can, and I'm sure that you have a number of members of the public waiting to chat with you.
Thank you very much, Heather. And I see 2 hands up, and I don't know if Councilmember Posake, you had your hand up from before, or if you have a question here. So yes, go ahead, and followed by a Councilmember.
Well, I didn't have a question exactly. I wanted to make some comments.
Whatever.
Did that wait?
Yep.
I'm very upset by all the vitriol here from all sides. I have, or maybe I should say, I had friends on both sides of this battle, and I'll also be clear that I've never been firmly on one side, though I've wobbled a bit here and there. And plus, I haven't been to any of the well, I've been to a couple, but I haven't been involved in making any council decisions on this in the past. And trying to avoid there being a winner and loser in this case when there's so much vitriol. I can't think of a better word right now. I've been thinking hard about some kind of compromise, and I know that's been thought about before. I don't claim to be the first person that thought it, but I feel compelled to make some kind of a motion for a compromise. I won't go through all the reasons. They've been outlined very well by Heather. And I guess I'm just wondering, if there's any appetite further than me on the council to come up with a compromise whereby, as just an example, what I think, what seems the most reasonable to me would be to go ahead with this piece of artwork, but to move it. So no one gets everything they want, but everybody, it seems to me, gets something. And I like to make that motion, at least see if there's a second. And if not, I'll let it go.
Well, I would actually like to ask you if you would mind not making the motion yet, so that we could have more discussion and hear from the public before we actually make the motion.
Okay.
But you certainly have given us a direction as to how you're thinking about it. One question I would ask you is, in light of the discussion by Heather and the meeting that took place at the Public Art Committee, what site do you have in mind as you're going forward here?
I don't have a specific site in mind. I mean, I think several could be made to work. I guess if I was making the motion, I would say something like that: give direction to the staff and the Public Art Committee to come up with 2 or 3 choice, or with one choice if they can agree on it to bring to the council, or 2 or 3 if there's not unanimous agreement on it.
Okay. And you are aware that actually was in front of the Public Art Committee, and they didn't come with a.
No, I understand, but we're
redirecting, which is totally within our rights, and that's good. So, but you want to keep this discussion open. Okay, so let me go on to the other council members, and then we will open up public comment. So Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of items. I'm wondering, Heather, if you could just go through the source of the public art money so that people understand that, because I think there's some misunderstanding in the community that that's not, money that would otherwise go for a fire truck, or the other comments that were made earlier in public comment. And then I have another item.
You bet, and thank you. That's a great. I missed that in my presentation, but a great suggestion. So the Public Art Fund is a 1% on non-residential development. So every project that is not a residential project that has a project budget of $500,000 or more is required by Petaluma ordinance to spend 1% of the project budget on public art. So they have the option to either incorporate public art into the project, still spending the full 1%, but having kind of the benefit of the public art on the site. You'll see that with Deer Creek Village with the metal whale's tail is an example of that. Or alternatively, they can just pay the 1% of the project. That then goes into the public fund, and it must be spent on public art or public art related by the city. So that's either Public Art Commission. It can be supporting other public art partnerships. It can be yeah, grants type things. So right now, the Public Art Committee is looking at doing small grants for local artists, or right now there is a call to artists for a small artwork. The Keller Street mural that just was completed, money for that came out of that fund.
Thank you. And then I have a procedural question, because I thought that the vote that we took in September of 2019, where we denied the appeals and we moved the project forward with you reviewing the environmental, I was surprised to see it back on our agenda, because I thought that was a very clear approval of the project and you were going to bring the contract back to us at a future meeting. And so I'm wondering why this EIR didn't sort of stop at the Public Art Committee and why it's now being brought to us.
It's being brought for a couple of reasons. One is because we didn't, at the time that we were last before the council, we didn't know whether we would be going in the direction of an environmental impact report or not. We didn't know the budget. We weren't, staff, including our legal staff, look closely at that. So the money had not previously been allocated for this project. We didn't have a ballpark in that time. And also there was considerable conversation with the Public Art Committee when the budget did come out, whether they wanted to move forward with that additional fund, with the additional, the project budget becoming much larger with adding that. So because it wasn't actually presented and approved in terms of that budget to the council for approval, it was decided that that was the appropriate for it to get the Public Art Committee's recommendation to move forward with the EIR, and then ask the council for approval of that allocation and to execute that contract.
Okay, and then just one last question in terms of procedure. When would the renewed contract then come before us?
So the contract would come before the committee or the council with the certification of the EIR. So the approval of the council of the new contract is considered the discretionary action that we need that environmental determination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, followed by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the succinct report covering the history of this thing. It has been on for quite a while, and you showed all the steps we've gone through to give it fair hearing. And I'm a big fan of the arts program. We see an awful lot of it on properties. Like I love what Lagunitas has done on their property as their required street art. And I believe Adobe Road Winery has still got their out in front of theirs right downtown. So it'd be fun to have more art everywhere in town. But my question is more to do with environmental consultancy cost. Is there a staging opportunity, a halfway point where you've determined you've gone far enough in the environmental work, or is there any benefit to stopping at the negative deck level of the environmental work, or is it best to go through to EIR level?
And Eric, if you want to tag team with me on this, you're welcome to. So you will see that in the proposal from Lanford Gregory, they do make a statement saying that generally they concur with staff's original determination. We used, I believe, 2 different exemptions when the project originally came forward. Typically, a installation of a public art piece, it's not in an environmentally sensitive area in terms of habitat. It's not within the banks of the river. It's not attached to a building. So kind of all of those things. So Lanford Gregory did acknowledge that. They did talk about potential for, I believe where it was going was it was kind of a extended exemption write-up, so that you would look more clearly at kind of that initial take on the initial study and a more robust discussion of how the project does or does not have any of the things that would kick you out of an exemption under CEQA. So that is a step that we could be open to pursuing. It was really in an abundance of caution because of the threat of litigation that we thought it prudent to do the full environmental impact report.
And if I could just briefly add, Councilmember McDonald, Madam Mayor, council members, that determination was not made in a vacuum. We got a threat of litigation from Sonoma County land use attorney, and the arguments for demanding that secret required in the EIR were focused primarily on the historic district that's not that this project, the original or the proposed installation location is not within, but it's beside. There was factual debate about that too, but I think we're pretty clear that it's beside and not in, and asserting view impacts and historic resource impacts. So unless those interests who proffered the threat of litigation have gone away, and I'm not aware that they have, I think we have very clear information in the record that we can expect a sequel lawsuit if we do not fully address the claims that were asserted in the threat letter we received. So that's why why staff originally recommended the council that if we wanted to proceed, we thought the prudent course would be to address the CEQA objections, and why it's before you now with staff preparations so that we can address those.
Thanks.
We're happy to answer questions about that if there are any more. Thank you.
So are you done, Councilmember McDonald?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll hold my comments until after public comment. I have some questions about cost. Heather, can you show the slide where you had the up again?
The fund or the project?
Not the fund, the project. So thanks. This is exactly what I'm looking at. So essentially what we're looking at here is the initial artist budget of $150,000, $50,000 that we've spent to date. We're proposing another $80,000, and then is the $45,000 an estimate of staff?
No, it's what's been spent to date over the years. Okay. I mean, it's been, 5 years.
Yep. For sure. I understand. So what I want to make sure I understand is what is the additional cost? Like there's $200,000 in there. And what I didn't see is where's the staff budget going forward? Is that rolled into the EIR cost?
It is not rolled into the EIR cost. It would be additional. There is the way that the public art budget is allocated and broken down. There is a percentage for administrative costs each year, which is what we use for staff time to support the committee, and so it gets rolled into that.
Cool, thank you. And then the other thing that I have a few artist friends, and I don't proclaim to be a professional at this at all. And but one of the things that they said is that $150,000 for a sculpture of that magnitude in that space is not that much. So I'm wondering who's paying for construction. I'm sure there's probably going to be jackhammers and concrete and things like that. Is the artist paying for the permitting fees and the rental of equipment and all the materials that are going into that?
Yes.
Okay. Starting to feel more like pro bono. Is there any additional insurance costs that we are going to need to have for this? But I'm just trying to understand some of the things that I read in public comment, and this is my first time having a bite at this apple on the council.
That's a good question. We entered the contract, and I'm not sure if the artist is is in the audience today. I had reached out to see if he would be here because I thought there might be some questions that I was not able to respond to as well as he might be able to. But we entered into the contract with Mr. Goggin previously, and I don't recall there being any issues with the insurance. So I'm not assuming anything different. And I would assume that that same insurance would be satisfactory for essentially what will end up being an encroachment permit to do work in the city right of way on Water Street. Eric, you might know that better off the top of your head, but I'm thinking that it would not be different than what we had entered into before with the artist.
I think that's right, Heather, in terms of the potential risk of installation. Vice Mayor, were you asking about that, or were you asking the cost of insuring the piece once it's installed?
Either or both.
So they're two different things, I think. And I think Heather's right. I mean, it was always understood that there would have to be, installation site review and public works, and there'd need to be some kind of structural plinths or safe engineered bases for the pieces, accessibility review to make sure, accessible to travel or preserve around the piece. So that, I don't think that's changed. It would change. It would have to be reanalyzed if the location would change, but if it stayed in the same location, that was already baked in, I think. I don't know to what extent our property coverage program covers artwork. I don't know if we have property coverage for cherry soda, if that's part of our program or not. That's a question we might have to respond.
It does. I mean, we do have maintenance funds allocated each year in the public art fund, out of the public art fund balance. And that is, for instance, what we use. We did a pretty substantial renovation of cherry soda last year. And that's what those funds were used. And we now have Preservation Arts kind of on contract to help us with ongoing maintenance of the city's art inventory. I have not seen any change in Mr. Goggins' anticipated budget. It is a new contract when we come through, so if there's a change, that would be the time to do it, but I have not received anything kind of proactively indicating that there's a significant change in that original budget.
Got you. Okay. So am I right to say that maintenance isn't currently built into the current budget that you showed, but it's something that is already the art committee is planning for and budgeting for in their budget? Correct. And then the final thing, I guess, is removal. Is this a permanent piece? Is this?
So it had originally been as a permanent piece during the appeal. During the appeal, there was discussion about adding a 10-year. Whereas if the community and the council would revisit it in 10 years to determine if there's a desire to remove it. We did talk with the artist about that, and including some language that would give him the first right if the council in 10 years decided they wanted to remove it. Okay.
And then to Councilmember Post's comment about compromise, one of the things that seems like it wasn't really considered, or it feels like there was some criteria that the ad hoc created that were hard and fast lines that would not be crossed. And it was along the river, in the area. Can you just recap for me? I swear I was paying attention, but what were the criteria that were used that just sort of like created the box of areas where we were even willing to consider?
I guess I would not say it was a hard and fast box, but definitely an acknowledgement that this artist responded to the city's request for a piece of art at this location and designed a piece of art based on that criteria. There is a lot of story behind the artist's creative process in terms of the use of the river and bringing things up from San Francisco and the relationship to the iron, the clawfoot tubs and the materials in our historic downtown. So there was a desire to be respectful to the artist, done everything in response to what the city asked for that creative process. And so to just take that artwork and put it somewhere completely different was not considered kind of sensitive and respectful to the process thus far. So that's why there was more focus on the center of town and focus along the river because of those efforts.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too will reserve my broader comments for after public comment, although given all the comment we've had, I just would say this. I don't know if there's going to be anything new we haven't read, heard, particularly those of us who are on our third go around with this up at the council. So I do have two questions. One is for Heather. Heather, is there any, I know the commercial developers have the option of doing their own art versus paying the in lieu fee. Do we have any sense of the financial pipeline into the public art fund in addition to the 434 that would be there after this project?
It's definitely slowed down because it doesn't apply with residential. And so much of what we have in the pipeline right now is residential. So, you know, we had a couple large influxes into the fund in the last couple of years from, for instance, the Marriott in Riverfront and the Home to Suites, which is under construction up near Old Red. You know, those were pretty large influx of money. So there are not a lot of big commercial projects currently in the pipeline to pay into the fund.
And I will make one comment in addition to what you said about the use of the money. It comes from developers, it is for art, and it just the comment, it's illegal to spend it on anything else. We don't really have any options in terms of that particular fund. I've read many times many suggestions on where to spend money, all of which unfortunately would not be legal. My other question is to our city attorney, and this is on the environmental impact report requirement. If I'm understanding correctly, this is largely due to the historical district as opposed to the specific nature of this art piece. In other words, a challenge could come forward for any significantly sized art piece downtown based on the Georgetown case that we've discussed a few times up here over the years.
Yes, so in terms of the various objections that came from to the installation of the piece in that location, staff looked at them all, and in particular the letter from Mr. Perry representing clients who were opposed and ready to bring a secret challenge. We looked at you know what the focus of those were, like we always do, to our own independent determination as to what the merits are, and the only ones that really are have the potential of raising a fair argument of a potential substantial impact, which, as the council knows, is a pretty low bar to get over for a secret challenge, were the ones related to historic resources, aesthetic impacts, et cetera. And that is why the consultant has responded to the city solicitation, essentially saying, well, we think the sequence analysis that's already been done is pretty good. and common for a project like that because it's not particularly impactful. And if the real belt and suspenders approach would be to address the issues that were raised in the threat of litigation, and those are the ones we've talked about. So, remember, SEEK was a process statute. Ultimately, the discretionary body has the final say in what gets done and what doesn't get done. The question is how much process that happens ahead of time. And so, to us, the most, to the extent the council's direction regarding the project is still, we want to go forward with this per the recommendation of the committee. Staff make it so and retain the maximum amount of control on the part of the city to implement this project. Then our recommendation would be, as it has been since we those objections, to proceed with an environmental document that addresses, in accordance with all applicable CEQA requirements, the objections that have been received. And I wouldn't want to prejudge what that is because that's going to take some more analysis, but that seems to me the most conservative thing that could result from that would be some kind of focused EIR addendum to the CEQA work that's already happened that addresses those aesthetic and historic impact factors.
Thank you. Like I said, I'll state my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to go to public comment, and I would just like to reiterate what Councilmember King said. This is the third time that this is coming before the council. We do have 2 new council members on, so it is their first time, but I believe they've both heard about this before and probably know it quite well. So I'm going to respectfully ask the people who want to speak to this to realize that we have read your comments if you've already submitted them. And, that if someone else says something that you want to express, if you could just say that you agree with them and cede your time, that would be really helpful in terms of moving this issue forward. And again, I just think it would be respectful of the entire process. So with that, I'm going to ask our city clerk if she has received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, prior to the meeting up until 5 p.m., we've received 57 public comments, which have been forwarded to council and posted with the agenda packet. We had a handful of others come in after 5 p.m. this evening that we will post tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you. And so now we are going to open public comment, and I will ask our moderator to go ahead and do this. I guess I would like to poll the council and see if you want to have a 3-minute limit or a 2-minute limit. Okay, I'm seeing 1, 2, and 1, 3. 2, 2, 2. Anybody else for 3? Okay, there's one person for 3. So we're going to do a 2-minute limit on comments on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some members of the public have already raised your hand, but those that are wishing to speak on this side have not raised your hand. Please do so now, and you will be called on in turn. I'm sharing my screen so that we can see the timer set for 2 minutes. Our first speaker is Dale Axelrod, followed by Ralph Haney. Dale, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening. Part of the PPAC's mission statement is to develop community support for and encourage community participation in the public art program. I want to read some emails that we found through our request for public records request, showing that the members of the Public Art Committee's subcommittee, who originally greenlighted a fine balance, actively worked behind the scenes to prevent any public discussion of alternative locations for the project in the PPAC agenda. I'm going to quote from an email from Carolyn Hall to Catherine Plank I just got off the phone with Brian. He was concerned about the comments he made at the last meeting about him being willing to move Fine Balance to another location, though he wants to be amenable and would rather see the piece go somewhere rather than nowhere. I told him to just put it back onto the PPAC and say something like, I'm willing to have that discussion if and when the PPAC directs me to do so. And Catherine Plank's response was, I spoke with Brian at length about the same subject. He should be clear about his desires when people ask him if he's willing to move it. I think he should state that he does not want to, period. In addition, he should say it and it's not his decision to make. Another email from Catherine Plank responds to Bill Reinhardt's proposal to put the tubs right across the river behind the Golden Eagle.
I'm sorry, Dale, your 2 minutes has expired. The next speaker is Ralph Haney, followed by Shayla. Ralph, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay, clearly 2 minutes is not enough, guys, for such a contentious issue. I'm really disappointed and I'm dismayed. I'm also dismayed that my public comment was not on that list, even though I sent it a week ago. The mayor replied to my email, but a proponent's comment is listed twice by Mike Frost. Explain that, please. Also, I did a quick tally while you were all talking. 49 against, 7-4. That's pretty much what the public feels. And I'm going to talk really fast because 2 minutes is not enough, guys. Not fair. I sincerely urge you to vote no in the EIR. This is about location, location, location. This is not about artistic merit. We're all adults. We know it's very subjective. Just move it. The firestorm of opposition started with the artist rendering posted on Nextdoor several years ago. The immediate response was overwhelmingly negative, nearly 100% opposed. The most common response was, this must be a joke. Other media platforms resulted in an average 80% against the project. This is well documented. Look it up. The opposition will not go away with the yes vote on an expensive EIR. That EIR in itself is no guarantee for success. The opposition will continue to fight, including possible litigation. Location. Such a large structure in Water Street defies City Council's own mandate to preserve open space through the Central Petaluma specific plan. I had 3 quotes, but I'm not going to read them because you only gave me 120 seconds, guys. Location. The Arts Council contends that the project can only be installed on Water Street because it's site-specific. Not true. The artist himself has agreed to alternate sites. The Arts Council themselves researched other sites, not based solely on unique features or constraints of the artwork, rather in an effort to not lose the artwork altogether. Therefore, in the minds of both the artists and the Arts Council, this installation can take place elsewhere. That would eliminate the need for a costly EIR, and the opposition goes away. We go away. Installing it in a field or park would be considerably less costly than on Water Street, which includes it's a pedestrian thoroughfare with infrastructure and ADA compliance issues. Clearly, moving Fine Balance is a win-win. Think about it. Even if 50% of these people voted for it, half of the community is against it. Not fair.
Thank you for your comments, Ralph. Our next speaker is Shayla, followed by M. Sullivan. Shayla, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can, go ahead.
Okay. So I've been attending these meetings for the last 2 years, and tonight is the first time I feel heard by one person, and that was Dennis. As you guys are our politicians who represent us, and I don't really feel represented by you guys. There have been so many people against this project, and you continue to push it forward. Even before we started the public comments, I just felt like all of the politicians were very negative towards hearing from your constituents who voted you in. I'm not saying that I'm fully against this artwork. We just don't want it downtown. There's a rich history downtown, and the bathtubs do not belong there. Please do not make me lose hope in our local politicians and respect what we are asking.
Is that the end of your comments, Shayla?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is M. Sullivan, followed by Sarah Sass. M. Sullivan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yes, well, we've hung in here all night, and I agree that I didn't appreciate being truncated earlier tonight. I feel it's always a sprint to try to get public involvement. Very, very frustrating. I would like to see the city abandon the fine balance. I think it's a grotesque use of our precious public monies. I think it's throwing good money after bad. So my request is that you not renew the project and that you let it be a learning experience. You didn't require an EIR for a 16 pump gas station. You allowed a mitigated negative declaration, and now you want to spend $80,000 on an EIR, and this is my field, to see if a fine balance should go in that location. Anytime that somebody sets up an EIR, whoever does the choosing, and that's the city, it biases that EIR against the opposition. So it's a foregone conclusion that you will spend the $80,000, you will get the approval from a CEQA standpoint to put this in, and then there will subsequently, I'm not involved with it, but I have no doubt that this will be litigated, and then we're off and running. There are so many issues, none the least of which is this massive mega drought. Our need to put in safe bike lanes, get people out of cars and put trees in. This is an atrocious use of public monies. $45,000 for staff time. That is staff money going largely to the M group. Because Heather Hines has been involved from the get-go in this, and they bill out at many hundreds of dollars per hour. This is not okay for a city that was bankrupt until we just passed the recent tax. Please put this to rest, move it somewhere else, and let's be done with it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sarah Sass, followed by Susan Takami. Sarah, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Thank you everyone for your time, especially Heather Hines, who I know has really gone above and beyond with all of her research and knowledge. Whenever I've spoken with her, asked her questions, she's always had the answers and then some, providing me more info than I would have even known what to ask for. So I just want to say thank you for that. I've always had a concern about this space since I've been watching this project be proposed well before Brian Goggins was involved. And it's the last open space downtown. If you walk through downtown, it really is the last space that could potentially have, public yoga classes or activities or festivals or anything. It's the last chance that we have to use this space smartly. I have not seen a rendition, proposal, a drawing of anything of the fact that each of these posts, there's 5 tubs, each tub will have 4 diagonal posts holding them up. Each post needs a cement block to hold them up. It just sounds like it'll make the piece a lot more hideous and a huge, huge footprint. It'll be harder to walk around, wheelchair around, navigate around. I would love to see how big those cement blocks have to be. And I've not seen those spoken about very much. And I think it's a very important thing to touch on. Also, I last remember that there had to be lighting, which is a huge cost, and that hasn't been touched on. And also I think it's important, as Dave King mentioned, that it will basically dry up the entire rest of the public art fund, which I think is very concerning. And in regard to Dave Axelrod's comments earlier, when I was a liaison to the Public Art Committee, we were explicitly told just this last April that Brian Goggins said it would cost him at least $80,000 to drop plans for another location. He did not seem amenable to looking at a different location, and it seemed petty to me since he said it was the exact cost, $80,000, which was the same cost of the EIR, to just consider and look at a new place, even though he didn't know if it would be a same flat, easy surface. And that's my takeaway from that. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker is Susan Takami, followed by Marlo Stipp. Susan, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Yes, thank you. By now, 4 years into this project, it should be clear to the council that opposition to a fine balance located on Water Street has not gone away, and if anything, it's grown stronger as more and more people discover this poorly conceived art installation. In addition, the pandemic has illustrated the value of keeping the waterfront promenade open and available for uses that benefit the entire public, including outdoor dining. The EIR will add substantial cost to the already expanding cost of the project, and you can be certain that the opposition will draw out the EIR public comment process further, adding to the costs. In the end, a properly carried out EIR will determine that this project adjacent to a historic district is inappropriate. A fine balance was a bad idea to start with, It has not gotten better over time, and the more people become familiar with it, the greater the opposition. The country has experienced enough divisiveness. It's time to move in the opposite direction. I urge you to vote no on funding the EIR and abandoning this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Our next speaker is Marlo Stipp, followed by Natalie Magis. Marlo, you may unmute and begin your comments.
I also urge the council members to abandon this project. 80% of the people don't want it. Eric Danley just admitted that they're moving forward with the $80,000 to prevent further litigation. So you're trying to prevent further costs, and it's not going to happen. We're going to end up in a nightmare. The city's going to get sued. Where is that money going to come from? And I love how it's called a public art fund. It's a tax to new businesses. And we wonder why we don't have very much coming in, because no new businesses are coming here. So Lagunitas did a great job. I love art. It's awesome. That's great. But they did that so that you wouldn't have the money to fit her away. That's why they put it on their own private property. Okay. And I seem to remember them trying to put up a flagpole. They couldn't put up a flagpole where there were people eating because of the earthquake risk. Okay. If you look at the earthquakes, there were 15 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. 90 in the past 7 days, 562 in the past 30 days, 4,768 earthquakes in the past 365 days. Where's the seismic? Who's going to want to eat dinner next to bathtubs? You know, is Kachina going to be down and out after going through everything, all the hurdles that you put these restaurants through, and they've survived by the graces of the people of this community. And you're going to put another hurdle to them. And Teresa Barrett, if I read about you, it says in 2006, when you became a city council member, you listened to our residents, do what is best for the people in neighborhoods of Petaluma, and keep the long-term impacts of today's.
Thank you for your comments, Marla. I'm sorry I had to cut you off. Next speaker is Natalie Magis, followed by Sonoma County Conservation Council. Natalie, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi there, thank you for your time. I'll try and be brief. The main thing seems to be the issue of community keeps coming up, and this seems to be a huge thorn in the side of our community. I think the council member that mentioned the compromise of putting these sculptures in another location seems to be the best solution, and also the least amount of money to further address this issue. I don't usually subscribe to news items that I see on Facebook, but there is something that maybe you've seen, that the bathtub proposal was issued in San Bernardino, apparently 22 years ago, by the same artist. And if this is true, then it's really not that it was designed specifically for the site. I'd be happy to forward that article to you, but that does slightly disqualify this piece from that particular location, which I think a number of people in the community would like to keep it a more open space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Natalie. The next speaker is Sonoma County Conservation Council, followed by Libby and Fitz. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, this is Susan Kirks. I read through some of the comments that are on the city's website, and I'd like to say that the two that resonated with me the most were by Raylan Thomas and Naomi Richmond. So if you all read through those and you find those names, just add my name to their comments. Secondly, I'd like to compliment the person who just talked about the safety issue. There really is a significant safety issue here in terms of the possibility of earthquakes and people being in that area and these heavy tubs falling on them. That is a very, very significant safety issue. And then lastly, I'd like to bring up the issue of the tubs, where they're located and the shape. One of the blind spots we have here in Petaluma relates to biological resources. I've noticed this, it's ongoing. We're going to be talking about this at Parks and Rec Commission on Wednesday evening. There's just an absence of awareness and experience about biological resources. If you look at these tubs and where they're proposed for the location, what you need to consider is there are some fairies birds who might look at those tubs and find an interesting nesting location. And if that's the case, and they build their nests inside those tubs, the Migratory Bird Treaty Act during active nesting season requires certain buffer zones, anywhere from 50 to 100 feet from active nests to ensure no disturbance. And the location down on to the river is an absolutely contraindicated consideration for a project like this. It is something you really need to consider. I don't think I've ever heard it brought up. And I also oppose the project and would like to see you move on and just make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Libyan Fitz, followed by a call-in speaker with the last 4 digits of 7846. So Libyan Fitz, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thank you. This is Libby Fitzgerald. There are 3 items that Council has talked about tonight. Mr. Danley talked about the fact that this installation would be beside and not in the historic district. This is completely wrong. If you will go back to the Central Specific Plan, you will see that the historic district of Petaluma goes to the edge of the river. And I believe that the map that has been circulated around has been changed. And I don't know by who, but that needs to be researched. Number 2, Heather said that Mr. Goggin followed all of the PPAC guidelines for this artwork. He did not. He was supposed to review Petaluma history at the museum. He did not. Victorian bathtubs were not ever shipped on the Petaluma River. They were not even invented until about 1870. They may have come by rail, but never on the river. And my 3rd comment is I don't believe Mr. Goggin had included the $100,000 for ADA compliant plinths or bases for his artwork in his original estimate, nor the lighting infrastructure. He never even talked about the lighting infrastructure. Those are my 3 comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. The next speaker is a call-in speaker with the last digit of 7846. You may unmute yourself and begin your comments. I believe you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Are you there? All right, we'll come back. Next speaker is Taryn Obaid, followed by Gary Six Studio. Taryn, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, thank you. I thought this was pretty silly and I really didn't care about it at all for a long time. But observing it over the past couple of years and how it's rolled along, I have to say, wow, you know, it's really clear. Every metric is very clear on this project. It is a clear failure. Financially, it's approaching $500,000. Thanks to Councilmember King for pointing out that it's going to drain the fund. And this art is only, my understanding is only around for 10 years. So after $500,000 in 10 years, we're not going to have much, are we? That seems like a very unwise way to spend our money. Health-wise, West Nile virus, even in a tablespoon of water, right? Mosquitoes breed. Rats can scale up those poles and they have flexible rib cages. They can get in to tiny spaces and nest up there. wonderful. From a land use perspective, we need that precious land. It is an asset for those restaurants there as a promenade for our river. Safety wise, what about blind people? They'll hit their head because when you're tapping your cane, you're still not going to clear your height of your head. And community wise, the community does not want this. So, you know, we have to accept that it's a failure. We learn from this and move on. I don't think it's, you don't look at failure and give it a trophy and say, oh, you passed preschool with straight Fs. Wonderful for you. Good job. You get a trophy. This is a failure. And I think we have to have the strength to do what's right rather than throw good money after bad. We've been duped. This guy had these in his warehouse and was trying to unload them. How unsophisticated and stupid are we to fall for this?
Thank you for your comments, Taryn. Our next speaker is, we'll try the call-in speaker again. Any luck? Unmuting, *6. There we go.
You can hear me okay now?
We can, go ahead.
Okay, this is Steve Farley. Forgive me for the difficulties in getting my speaker or my microphone unmuted. A lot of issues were noted tonight, but the main one is clear. Residents want this project. The comments from the public make it clear. They don't want the project. One of the comments made tonight was that, quote, we've heard it all before. Well, that doesn't reinforce or provide any comfort by any of the residents who are against this project. If we've heard it all before and the comments are the same, why are we proceeding with the project? I believe the residents, believe you aren't listening to them. This project should stop immediately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Gary Six Studio, followed by Suzanne. Gary, you may unmute and begin your comments. Are you there, Gary? It looks like you've unmuted, but I'm not hearing you. Okay, we'll try you again, Gary. Maybe look at your microphone settings. We will move on to Suzanne, and then we'll go back to Gary again. Suzanne, are you there? You may unmute.
Okay. Yes, this is me, Suzanne, and I'm the voice speaking for the Public Art Project. I just want to clarify a point about Brian taking this idea from a warehouse to recycle it. As an artist, we do go back and look at ideas that we've thought about at one time, or used, or use again in a different manner. So just to clarify that, my recommendation would be I understand the CEQA report, the Lamport and Gregory proposed a shorter version that would address some of the issues. And one of the things is the exception of the topics related to historic resources and aesthetics. So my comment here is it seems like that's fairly subjective. So I'm not quite sure who determines and defines significant. Is significant a positive outcome or a negative determination? And how is it, as consultants' efforts purely subjective? Is not the intent of public art to be significant? So this is like I'm posing these questions, but I do want to be a voice out there that believes that this will enhance the dining downtown. I've dined many times outside, and I can actually see cells for shade being drawn from his sculptures. I think that area will be greatly enhanced by the sculpture. I don't feel the majority of citizens of Petaluma are against it. I think it's a very small vocal minority. And I feel like they are the ones that are actually raising the price of this by threatening a lawsuit. So this sequel would have to be added to the expense. So I'm suggesting that we do the smaller proposal that the consultants proposed. So thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Thank you for your comments tonight. Our next speaker, we'll try Gary Six Studio again, and then we'll go to Joe. So Gary, any luck on the microphone? I see that you've unmuted, but I'm still not hearing you. If you are able to send your comments to the clerk, you can send it to city clerk at cityofpetaluma.org. I'm sorry that we're not able to hear your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Joe. Joe, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Good evening, everyone. I want to bring up the point that the city art committee member that called the Petaluma community small-minded for not understanding this art instrument. I think that was that was uncalled for, and that it was a perfect example of the type of people that are trying to change the city without having the good of the people in mind. I think that there are so many people outspoken on social media throughout the community. Everybody's talking, everybody's laughing at the Petaluma City Council and the art committee because of this idea. It's sad that it's so divisive. It shouldn't be. And it's kind of embarrassing that the city, both the art committee and the council, allows this to continue, especially with so much support for not having it. I think the last speaker was incorrect. So that was my comment. Have a good night. And just remember what the people want. That's what your job is. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Joe. Gary, I saw you tried to unmute again. Any luck? Still not hearing it. Sorry, Gary. Please submit your comments to the clerk. We'll move on to Jane Hamilton. Jane, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Okay, thanks. So we've heard a lot of really good reasons to change direction on this issue. And, the cost has not been fully disclosed. And that's always bothersome when you're trying to make a conscious decision. There's no way that $150,000 is going to cover the earthquake safety, the ADA safety, the tearing up of the street. It's just the lighting, the electricity. But that's, to me, not the most important reason. That's not the primary reason why I think it should not go there. The primary reason is that most people in town don't want it. And it's obvious from the amount of comments you've gotten. This isn't a small vocal minority. This is thousands and thousands of people who really care about the identity of the downtown, their downtown. And they feel left out of the process. And, they have been left out of the process by and large. I mean, yes, meetings were called. The notification was abysmal. There was a brand new committee with a junior staff member who did not guide the committee properly, so that the committee made their final decision before the public really even had a chance to weigh in. And the public was told, no, it's too late. So at past meetings, I've heard council members say that they just want to stick with the process and not overturn a committee's decision. And the way I understand our decision-making process is that a committee focuses more narrowly on their mission and makes the recommendation to the council. And then if there's controversy, like public concerns, then that decision can be changed by the council. And that is the process we're in. I'm out of town, out of time.
Thank you for your comments tonight, Jane. And that was the last hand raised, so I'll turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council for comment. And I do see two hands up, the Vice Mayor and Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one follow-up question after hearing the comments that I'd like addressed, and that was about the lighting. And has the cost of lighting been included in the $100,000?
I do not believe it has, and I'm not positive, but I can try to find some background information on that, but I do not believe that lighting has been incorporated into the budget.
Okay. And a follow-up question on cost. If we are going to receive litigation, would that funding to support our participation in that also come from the Public Art Committee's budget?
I'm not sure I understand the question. You mean the cost of litigation?
The cost of it, yes. The cost of lawyers and things like that.
I'm gonna defer that one to Eric.
It could. It would be. There'd be some choices about that on the part of the city, but typically, when there's litigation costs of the utilities bear the costs. So it could be borne that way, or the city could choose to fund it from another source, which would most likely be the general fund, unless there's a potential source I'm not aware of. There's a little bit of discretion, but it certainly would be permissible, because if you think about it, it'll be a cost that, but for the project, wouldn't exist, and so it would be another cost of delivering the project. But it's not a legal, requirement, and it wouldn't be for me to decide that, but it certainly could be sourced that way.
Got you. So, okay, I'll move to my comments then. I really align with a lot of what Dennis said. My comment about asking about where the box was drawn was the fact that there wasn't a hard box drawn. It makes me wonder if the effort to look for a different place it wasn't objective, because there wasn't criteria created. It was subjective, and that makes me feel like I can't have confidence in that process. To the commenter Shayla who said, I don't feel like tonight was the first time I felt listened to, and I just remember part of the reason why I ran was because I didn't feel listened to, and so I absolutely will not support the EIR tonight, but I really hope that we can actually have. I think this is an important piece for this community, because it's doing exactly what public art is supposed to do in terms of getting people fired up. It's often divisive. There's so many people who have commented on that, and they're absolutely spot on. Personally, it's not my taste, but also I don't hate it. And I don't want this to be a symbol of people feeling dismissed in the process, and a feeling or a symbol that the process wasn't as rigorous as it needed to be. And for that reason, I won't support the EIR, but I'd be happy to follow up on what Dennis said earlier about his motion. I'm happy to make a motion to direct staff to look at alternative sites outside of the ones that were currently considered, and places where the artist might. I'm really disgruntled that the artist isn't here tonight. He's the one who has the most vested interest in this, and he's not here to answer questions. I had questions about that email that Mr. Axelrod read, and about his willingness and where the box was for him. And with all due respect to respecting the artist, I feel like he should respect our process too, and be here to answer our questions, and he's not. And so, and for that reason, I'm not even going to make the motion to move it. I'm going to, see where it goes, because I'm pretty frustrated that he's not here.
Thank you. Councilmember King. Oh, there you are. I think you're on mute. Yeah.
I just noticed that. Thank you. I lowered my hand and I figured I was set with the button clicking, but apparently not. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to begin my comments a bit I made one comment that this is the third time it's been to the council, but it's been to the council under three separate circumstances. The first time as an art piece and an art piece alone. The second time for consideration of whether an environmental impact report. And that was the first time, as I recall in the process, we learned that there would be a need for an environmental impact report. And now the third time, among other things, we have the cost of the environmental impact report and some other cost factors. I'm looking at this, and this is to respond to some of the comments from the public about having heard everything. When I said that, I've read hundreds of emails on this over the three stretches of times, and I've read a fair amount on social media. I think I've heard pretty much, and I know at this point, pretty much everything from every angle that anybody might have to say on this. And I appreciate everybody's viewpoint. And I'll start out by saying that what I've said all three times, my opinion on whether I like or do not like this art piece is totally irrelevant. And certainly I was not elected to judge art. I've said that a few times. And I'm quite comfortable with that statement. That said, in the past, I've basically honored the process. I think the art committee did their best, did with what they had, and they did a good job. But there are some certain significant change circumstances that have happened in the last 2 years, largely brought forth by COVID. One of which is Water Street was intended for use by the public when it was reconfigured and rebuilt about 15 years ago. Probably for the first 14 years of those 15 years, it wasn't being used much by the public. People walked by, not a lot of use. The beer festival was there, but not much else. We now have parklets there for these restaurants, and I think that's very significant. And my concern is that an art project this size will interfere with those parklets and perhaps future parklets and future uses that are now being used, whereas before they were not. Secondly, we have a much clearer idea of the true cost of this project, and it is not a $150,000 project. It is at least a $230,000 project based on Heather Hines' comments, in addition with responses to the environmental impact report. It will go higher. And if there's litigation, it may wipe out the entirety of the public art fund, if that is what we wind up paying for the defense, if we do. Thirdly, the art committee, in forwarding it to us this time, voted 4-3, which is a much less unified force than it had been in the past, which tends to indicate to me that there's some doubt from, while not the majority, a large majority of the committee. With all of that new information, and it is something you have to take a look at, and particularly with the use of Water Street, I will not support going forward with an environmental impact report tonight on this project. What I would like to see, and I do want to circle back to Councilmember Posakay's comment about the vitriol in the community and seeking a compromise. I would think that there could be another location that would not trigger an environmental impact report somewhere in the city. If it cannot be found, then I think this is a situation where we have to walk away from the contract. So the artist is going to have to agree to that. And I think I would send it back to the Public Art Committee to determine if that's something that they think is appropriate. So that would be the general approach I would like to recommend we take. I think that's in line, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to speak for Councilmember Posakay, in line with what he said. So those are my general thoughts about the project. In terms of the divisiveness and the vitriol, one of the things that I've learned with dealing with this, I'd like to say this is the third time, but I do hear a lot about it over the course of walking around town, talking to people. is that, you know, we get elected for the things we think are important, but we can't determine what's important for other people. And this is something that's been important for a lot of people, both pro and con. There are many supporters of this project, and there are obviously many people in opposition to it as well. I don't think this is going to change much in the way people communicate with each other. But I don't see the advantage of dividing, of communicating on this project or really many others, if not all of them, in the manner we frequently do. We finally dumped somebody last November who engaged in that direction of politics. We shouldn't bring it back here. That's the last thing I'll say. And I'm open to some other compromises, but I think we're kind of limited as to what we can do. So if Dennis, I don't know what his motion was exactly, so I don't want to steal his thunder on this, so I'll stop for the moment. But I believe that's kind of in line with what he had in mind.
Thank you.
Councilmember Postgate, pardon me.
Thank you, Councilmember King. And I'll let Dennis sum up after we hear from everybody else, because I think he's probably getting his ideas more gelled. I will go to Councilmember Fisher, then Healy, and then McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we did come to a compromise in September of 2019, almost 2 years ago. And that compromise was to say that we would approve this project for 10 years and then reassess it. So that was the compromise 2 years ago. And unlike Councilmember King, I'm not convinced anything has really changed since then that would change my mind about this project. Yes, the cost of the EIR, but yes, the cost of litigation. And if we really want to know and prove what the impacts are, then we should do the EIR. And so that we can answer all these questions and make an informed decisions. And I do believe that with the ARPA funds that we approved for expanding the free range program, that we should be designing those parklets on that are interfering around the project, if it comes to that, so that it's all integrated. And then we're finally using that space. And I don't think this project will interrupt that space any more today than I thought so 2 years ago. So for that reason, I'll be supporting approval of moving forward with the EIR.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy, and then Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. So in light of the hour and what remains on our agenda, I'll keep this very brief. I'm largely in agreement with comments of Council Members Posake and King. The only action we're agendized to take tonight is allocating public art funds and directing the city manager to execute a contract for an EIR. And I will not be supporting that. And beyond that, in terms of the compromise, I'm willing to give the public art folks and the artist another crack at this, but they seem to have already rejected any alternate locations. But you know, in taking action tonight and rejecting the resolution, we could invite them to revisit that comment or that decision and come back to us if they find a site that they think they can use. And anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Not a good evening. I'm a big fan of the art and perhaps even of this art, but we just need more art in our community, and it's a struggle to get it. I noticed the painted trees along the freeway in Terra Linda. I mean, that's certainly whimsical and certainly an effort to get more art down there. But here we've tried through my term on the art committee to get something going, and it didn't happen. We didn't feel anything was right for this space. But I feel this is exactly the space that needs something. Unfortunately, there's just so much vitriol, as everyone mentions, that it won't be the kind of thing we need. And it's true the change has occurred, that now there's tents there, but that was always intended to be activated. They should be able to work together. It's the costs that get me and put me in a place where I can't go forward with this. The cost of the EIR, cost of all the safety improvements, cost of potential litigation. I mean, it just becomes too much. And I don't have much hope for an alternative site that's been explored. And so I would rather have hope that we can come together, unity, and find the right art for this place. And I would rather not focus on old art that doesn't work, but the right art for this place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Council Member Posake, I don't know if you want to come up with another motion, or if you want to make any other comments. I would like to weigh in, but I can wait until you make your motion if you want to do that.
Whatever you'd prefer, you could go first, or I'm happy to go first.
Okay, well, I'll go first then, thank you. And I'll let you sum up if you have another motion. You know, I hear people say that they don't feel heard. And I really ask people to just make a distinction between being heard and being agreed with. Because we can hear people that we don't agree with. And that is part of the discourse. And then we agree to disagree and we remain civil to one another. One of the issues I believe is killing this project, because I can count to 4 and we're way past that for people who do not want to go forward on the council, is the costs that are involved. And I think we can directly say that the increase in costs are caused by the people who don't want the project and don't want even the compromise that Councilmember Fisher pointed to, that was put it up for 10 years, see how it goes. If we like it, we can keep it. If we don't like it, we can get rid of it. That was the compromise that was made, and that is how we went forward. And we were threatened with suits. That is why the EIR is even on the table. I see the city clerk has raised her hand, so I don't know if she needs to talk immediately.
I can wait till you're done with your comment.
Okay, all right, good. I just want to make sure if there's something you need to say, I want you to be heard. But you know, I am actually so I believe that the people who don't want this to happen have made a situation that makes the city council seem irresponsible going forward if you know that you're just going to have litigation. And I think that that's pretty undemocratic. And I think it's the kind of thing that we're seeing in the recalls in front of us right now. And I really think it's a kind of interaction in the community that we really don't want to be going down that road. We want to be going down the road if we can agree to disagree and keep moving forward. I'm also very surprised that for the time that this has been going on, this project, and the number of hearings that have been held, and all the articles and the social media comments, that people actually still think that what is being proposed is actual iron bathtubs on stilts. You know, it is not iron bathtubs on stilts. It is not something that is open, that something some animal could nest in or hide in. The tops would be covered. There would be no access into it's not three-dimensionally open. This is not something that was repurposed from San Bernardino. It was another project that included bathtubs, but had nothing to do with what is being proposed for us, which the commenter who mentioned that said that she felt a little sketchy about that information because she got it on social media. And I want to reinforce her believing that social media is not the best place to be getting facts because they're often incorrect, just as that one was. I think that, you know, we are not going to go forward with this today, but I think this is a real loss for Petaluma, and I think it's a real loss for community building. So I'm going to then now turn it over to Councilmember Pusakay and see if you have a motion that might the majority.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to have respect for the volunteers who've worked on this and seen it through to this point, and at the same time to respect the folks that don't think it's going to work there. That's not the only reason people are against it, but that's what that I thought we could reach some compromise on. And yes, I know that was called a compromise at the 10-year effort of last year or 2 years ago. But that obviously hasn't worked. I can't guarantee this will work. So I guess my motion would be that at the same time we deny the EIR, that we ask the request the staff, the Public Art Commission to revisit this with the artist and give them some time limit. So we will lay this to rest if it doesn't work. So then ask them to come back to the council with a recommendation for another place to put this art, or to cancel the project altogether, say by the end of January. Again, I don't know that, you know, is that something we can just give that advice to, or do we need a motion?
I think our city attorney has his hand up, so perhaps
I'm sorry, Eric, go ahead.
Your question?
Oh, no apology needed. I wanted to wait till you're done with your remarks, Councilmember Pusakay. What I wanted to suggest to the council is, you know, the council is there's a reason why we call these bodies subordinate bodies, because they're just that. The council is free to direct them, and sometimes there can be some objections to that, but that is the council's authority, and the process we've seen so far is one where the council has been, you know, rather deferential to and respectful of and supportive of the Public Art Committee following its process and exercising its discretion and giving its best recommendations, and it's done so more than once, has been pointed out. And just like sometimes the council on appeal of a project will partly uphold or overturn the recommendation or decision of the subordinate body and remand it back to them with directions, like the court sometimes does to a lower court. I think that's the kind of thing that may be necessary here, along the lines that you were sort of, I think, starting to lay out, Councilmember, which to me would be something like, if there's support from majority of the council, and obviously not otherwise, but if there is, to not approve, to not proceed with the EIR as recommended, to return the project to the Public Art Committee with the direction that they work with the artist and with staff to identify X number of alternate locations that are suitable in terms of site control, namely city site control, in terms of not raising CEQA impacts or safety impacts, that are acceptable to the artist and to return with, and if they can do that, to return with a full budget, installation, lighting, permitting, everything. And if not, not to return. So that would be how I would suggest. I think there needs, in other words, to really get to closure on this, and I'm suggesting that because I'm sensing that's what the council wants. I think it needs to be some pretty clear direction.
Yes, no, that's very close to that's pretty much the motion I would like to make, but I welcome another friendly amendment if someone has one. I see other hands up.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, City Attorney. And Vice Mayor Barnacle, followed by Councilmember Fisher.
I'll second Councilmember Posike's amendment that was so articulately worded by our City Attorney.
I think that's a motion.
Or is motion. Second is motion.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Are you okay with that, Councilmember Posike?
Yes.
Okay, as articulated by the City Attorney. Okay, and now we'll go on to Councilmember Fisher.
Well, it struck me as everyone wants the committee to work with the artist. The artist doesn't have a contract with us and he's not getting paid. So I don't know whether you want to include in that amendment some sort of hourly rate for him to actually participate in this process.
That's tricky because we'd be counting with him, which is a sequel event. I almost think, I mean, Heather, need your help here probably, but I almost think it's possible to have a preliminary conversation just to see if there's a willingness to do that. And if there is, then maybe staff can identify sites.
I definitely will have a conversation with the artist, following this hearing. Choosing the sites is not, I mean, there's a lot that has to go into it. So I don't think the site can be chosen without Mr. Goggins' participation. If he is the artist and he has to be engaged in that, right?
Okay.
We also, one of the things that I'm taking away from this conversation is we want to make sure when a contract comes, it's includes all this stuff that was talked about today. It's a full price, and it's not add-ons. Oh, we need to do the plinth, we need to do the lighting. It kind of takes care of everything. So I do think his agreement and his participation is going to be crucial. And I worry that we are not under a contract, so I don't have the ability as it is structured now to approve invoices from him for his time.
Right.
I don't know if there's a way to approve a small amount within the city manager's discretion to at least pay for some of those conversations and exploration as part of this process.
And I think the city manager might have an answer for that.
So Eric, I'm just wondering, a question to the city attorney, can't we ask for his expertise in the placement, and it's just a small PSA and it has nothing really to specifically do with?
Yeah, I think, yes, those are all good thoughts and suggestions, starting with Councilmember Fisher's and Heather's and Peggy's. I think we can carefully scope an alternative site selection service agreement to make clear that there's no commitment to install anything whatsoever. And if that's the will of the council, and that if the artist is willing to do it, would yield alternative sites for the consideration of the committee. So that, I guess that would be an added feature to the motion that we're kind of with some difficulty crafting. And I'm sorry, I'm not doing it so as smoothly as I would like. But I think that would address Councilmember Fisher's very pragmatic and actual issue. And And Heather, I think I could see us implementing that, couldn't you?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a great,
yeah.
suggestion.
So, I'm hearing what sounds sort of like a friendly amendment if our seconder and the maker of the motion are in favor of that. Vice Mayor and Councilmember Postcake.
Yeah.
I'm seeing nodding. Okay. Thank you. So we'll go forward to Councilmember King.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the first question, assuming this passes, that has to be answered is at the art committee whether they are interested in looking at alternate sites, if I understand the motion. So before we go, and obviously the artist would have to concur. So I think they can be communicated with, he can be communicated with between now and then informally. Because if the answer is no, then that's it on that end. And if the art committee has a discussion about this and their answer is no, then that's it. So I think procedurally that would be probably the two steps that need to be taken. Again, assuming this passes, but from the sounds of it, it sounds like it will.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McDonald, you had your hand up. Are you done?
I did, and my thought was, what's the distinction between direction to staff and actually doing a voting thing here? And it seems like that the motion is drafted on a consensus, understanding that there won't be a passing motion on the EIR. This new thing is sort of a consensus conversation. Is staff the direction enough, or does the maker of the motion want to see a vote?
I think might be good to actually have a vote in this case. So it's to have the direction to be as clear as possible to the public committee. And I think what it boils down to really is a message from the council. And then this may be helpful for clarification. The action is essentially a message from the council that the only remaining support on the council for this project is if it comes back with a complete budget and the support of the artists and the committee for many alternative sites.
I think there's enough different in what is being proposed than what is in front of us that it needs an actual vote, in my opinion. So we have a motion, we have a second. If there's no further discussion, I would like to have the city clerk do a roll call vote.
Barrett?
No.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
No.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2 with Barrett and Fisher voting no.
Okay, thank you, and thanks everybody for a really good discussion. And my sympathies go back to the Public Art Committee, who's going to be looking at this again. So right now it is 10:20, and we're going to take a 5-minute break before we go on to the next new business item. So it's 1:20, I mean, it's 10:25 by my clock. I can't see if everybody's back in session. You people aren't, okay. Like we're repopulating the dais virtually. So I think we should wait for our city manager to, oh, there she is. Yes, okay, all right, I think we're there. Good, so we're back from our recess. And before we go on to item 5B, I think we can take it to the bank that we're gonna be in meeting after 11 o'clock. So I would like to take a vote, ask someone to make a motion that we can continue this meeting beyond 11 o'clock. I see Councilmember King has his hand up.
I'll make that motion, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Post, okay?
I'll second it.
Okay, so can we get a vote on that, please?
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King, Donald,
Yes.
Kosuke.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and thank you. And with that, we're on to item 5B, is resolution declaring a shelter crisis in the city of Petaluma and urgency ordinance creating flexibility in local standards and procedures for the design, site development of shelters for people experiencing homelessness and the structures and facilities therein at the city manager's discretion. And Heather Hines will be leading this discussion as well.
And I feel like my previous item took a little more time than allotted, so I'm gonna try to go through this relatively quickly, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. So item before you is a declaration of a shelter crisis and an urgency ordinance associated with that. To touch on some of the background, and this was discussed in more detail in the staff report on this item, looking at people experiencing homelessness in Sonoma County each year, there is a point in time count. And in the last year, Petaluma actually saw about a 12% increase, opposed to Sonoma County overall, which saw a small decrease. So in Petaluma, it increased from 265 individuals experiencing homelessness in 2019 to 96, 133 of whom were unsheltered during that point in time count. COVID has definitely increased the strain and new challenges to the homeless situation. Both the loss of financial stability due to the economic shutdown, and those that were threatened with homelessness during this time saw a increased strain in finding and securing safe shelter. So also our Mary Isaac Center, to respond to COVID-19 as a congregate shelter, had to reduce their capacity from 112 beds to 80 beds, which further reduced the amount of shelter beds available within Petaluma. And then also the recent invalidation of the eviction moratorium by the Supreme Court added an additional strain related to COVID. So there is legislative discretion, Assembly Bill 253, that in 2020 extended certain provisions of the shelter crisis law, which was originally drafted for specific communities, and was extended to more broadly. This gives local jurisdictions regulatory flexibility regarding zoning requirements, some of the building code and fire code provisions, and CEQA to expedite construction of shelter, and adding safe parking sites as an option for shelter. So this is now an Assembly bill that we have the option to utilize to declare a shelter crisis, and the Assembly bill sunsets on January 1 of 2026. So Petaluma has continued to be committed to affordable housing. There's a lot of things that the city has done or is doing to try to improve access to affordable housing, to increase things like the attention to the accessory dwelling units and the permit ready accessory dwelling units that we are working on right now to try to facilitate more small housing, affordable by design. The AB 2162 policy adoption that the council recently made for the Danco Group project to provide 33 permanent supportive housing units, financial contributions that the county, the council has approved, different service contracts. So doing a lot, but regardless, despite those efforts, there remains an acute shelter crisis in Petaluma. And it really requires staff to explore options and create solutions, and looking at it at the short-term, mid-term, and long-term level to best support most vulnerable in our community. This has been exacerbated by COVID-19. And so what is before you is a declaration of shelter crisis, which will provide relief from existing regulations and processes that could make it difficult or impossible to act quickly to address these needs. It allows the city to remain agile in creating innovative shelter solutions. And it really emphasizes the city leaders recognizing the urgency and staying committed to that. So the declaration would provide for immediate short-term expansion of Mary Isaac Center to create additional non-congregate shelter capacity. This is a project that staff has been talking about, and it will actually be coming before the city council for consideration as one option to respond to the shelter crisis in a kind of quick and immediate fashion. So this will be coming before you on September 20th, a week from tonight. It would be utilizing the 1.7 million in ARPA funds that the council allocated. So this declaration is really setting the stage for that type of flexibility to be agile and fluid in responding to it. It also allows us to respond to potential funding sources that may be coming online that would further help those efforts. So the urgency ordinance that is before you builds upon that declaration. It really goes the next step, and it provides relief from the specific zoning regulations, processes, codes, CEQA, specifying for shelter projects that are initiated by the city on city-owned or leased property. So it's kind of putting a little bit of parameters on there of what type of project we would be looking to implement this flexibility with. It would expire, repealed at the same time that the shelter crisis declaration is terminated. But like all urgency ordinances, it does require a unanimous vote of the city council. If there is not a unanimous vote, it would allow for introduction of a regular ordinance at tonight's meeting, but then would require a second reading on October 4th and a 30-day referendum period, so November 5th. So that shows you how quickly the time is of the essence, and trying to get shelter options before the winter, and the importance of that urgency ordinance to really set things up for us to be able to respond quickly and minimize delays. We have had no public comment received to date on this item. This item before the council, including the declaration and the urgency ordinance, has been reviewed for compliance with California Environmental Quality Act. It's not subject to CEQA because the proposed actions are excluding the definition of a project, as they are administrative activities of the government that will not result in a direct or indirect physical change. So the recommendation from staff is to adopt the resolution declaring the shelter crisis, and also to approve the urgency ordinance, which would be adopting those local standards and procedures for the design and development of shelters. And I am here to answer any questions, as is the rest of the staff team, including Housing Manager Karen Shmizu, Dylan Brady from the City Attorney's Office, as well as City Manager's Office.
Thank you very much. And I see we have a hand up from Council Member Fisher.
I do, thank you. I just want to make sure that I understand the terminology that we're using. So we say that we have almost 300 people who are in our community, but not in their own home. And then 133 of those are unsheltered. So could you explain to me, and I assume we're counting one's tent as not being sheltered, but those people are at COTS or some other facility? Is that
correct? Correct. So it's, and Karen, please jump in if I misspeak, but my understanding is it's people who do not have permanent housing, but 133 of those were not in a shelter, were not at somebody's staying with somebody, but were in either on the streets or in a tent.
Interesting, because I had a long talk with one of our homeless residents on Saturday, and he said, I have a shelter, I have a tent. So different definition, just coming from our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I'll support the proposed action tonight, but I did have a question on a closely related point, and that is with the encampment that has sprung back at the end of Hopper Street by the end of the McNair Channel. Is that located on smart property, private property, city property, all of the above? And to the extent it's on smart or private property, are the private property owners in agreement with that use happening there at this time?
And I am hoping that somebody, Brian, is that, are you able to answer that? Great.
I can jump in a little bit. Yeah, most, our understanding is most of the campers that are out there now are on either smart property or it's typically the Green property that's out there. That's the other major spot. So those are the two spots. In the past, we did have to move those folks along to respond to private property trespassing orders. I can't speak to whether or not we currently have those again. I don't know if somebody from the police department is on who could maybe elaborate on that a bit. But yes, those are typically the spots. There is obviously public property around there related to Steamer Landing Park. However, those areas are typically within 150 feet of the waterway there, and so those are also enforceable by the city if we need to go that route in the future.
Did you still want to talk, Councilmember Healy?
So yeah, thank you. So you're basically, as long as the smart and private property owners aren't complaining, we're not going to do any at this point. Is that fair?
Our typical approach is that we are working as hard as we can to get folks into services. We have stepped those efforts in the last few weeks. COTS and Downtown Streets team have been actively trying to get folks updated enrollments into coordinated entry. I know COTS has been working diligently to try to get new enrollments into the shelter. So we are trying to continue those active efforts to get folks off of that area of the city. And we may need to do some cleanup or some enforcement down the road if either of those property owners requests and issues us a no trespass letter. So that very well may be happening in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is, well, I'm super excited about the action we're proposing to take this evening. I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. But the magnitudes of the problems is just a scary thing. The data in the reports from 2020 point in time count, which is notoriously an undercount, and that was in good times to go out and meet the people on the street and do interviews with the folks on the street. So that was with the shelter having full utilization of their occupancy. And now with the shelter having been through half occupancy and spacing constraints and whatnot, there's a lot more folks on the street. And So our numbers that we put out in reports are from our efforts, but I think that we'd all agree that they're way under the actual folks, as well as way under the need to address. And I'm not hearing that there's proposed to do another point in time count. I think it's usually in January, and it's a HUD requirement that it be 2 years. Sonoma County has been real aggressive about every year, but I'm thinking that there's just not going to be a way to do that survey this January. Has any in staff heard that there's an attempt to pull that together for this coming year?
I have not. I see Karen raising her hand. Maybe she has an update for us.
Yes, Kevin, I can certainly loop back around with the county staff, but I have not heard any plans for updating that due to the challenges.
Yeah, that's the same data we get from the CDC at the continuum of care meetings. I have a lot more to say here, but I think I'll wait till our comment section before.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else with questions, so I will jump in with, why are we looking at letting this shelter crisis expire in 15 months? It seems like an awfully short period.
Yeah, it could definitely be longer. It was just trying to limit it, really focused on kind of the immediate efforts, but we could extend it longer than that.
All right. Okay, thank you. So I'm not seeing any hands up, assuming Councilmember McDonald is putting his down. I think we can go to public comment. So I will ask our city clerk if you've had any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, no comments on this item prior to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. And so we will open public comment for people who are here in Zoom and ask the moderator to go forward with that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. I see 2 hands raised currently, so I'll share my screen. And our first speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Susan Oakes. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comments.
Thanks, Patrick. A couple comments. So as part of the continuum of care, there was some CARES Act funding. It's called the Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG-CV. And there was a recent ad hoc meeting where they reviewed funding proposals. And there were some great proposals in there for tiny house villages, all kinds of homeless care. Really, it looked like the only thing out of Petaluma was just funding for cots to do the same old thing. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the city of Petaluma is choosing to spend our very limited CARES Act COVID funding on things that perhaps could have been funded through another opportunity. So again, please correct me if I'm wrong there. Also of note is the recent RFP out of the city of Santa Rosa for a Safe Places to Park program. So it's a very thorough RFP. It mentions the significant need for safe spaces to park. I don't see that as part of the discussion here. I think, again, that's another missed opportunity. The budget for that was $1.2 million, and that's going to go a long way to getting unhoused people into some shelter. And again, it makes that brand new, shiny fire truck all that more appealing when we need to get these people services. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Ben. Next speaker is Susan Oakes. Susan, you may mute and begin your comments.
Thank you. I just want to encourage y'all passing this resolution. It would really speed up the timeline and being able to get those, whatever the design is, the tiny house, get them up and running. So I encourage a yes vote on this one. Thanks for your work.
Thank you, Susan. And that is the last hand up currently. So Madam Mayor, back to you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the council. And I see Councilmember Fisher, followed by Councilmember King.
I was going to go ahead and offer a motion, and I don't know whether I guess we can take these both to approve the resolution and the urgency ordinance, and I don't have any further comments.
Okay, so that is a motion to take the resolution and the ordinance in one vote. And do we have a second on that? Councilmember King?
Yes, I second that. Thank you.
Okay, fine. So thank you. So further comments, Councilmember McDonald?
Right. I had a lot to say, and we'll truncate it due to time of day. Leading off with, I got hundreds of emails about the tubs and only one about homelessness. That really shows, what's going on in our community, and especially the vitriol and engagement in the tubs versus the need for community participation and understanding of the magnitude of the problem here. The one contact was Don O'Brien, who mentioned he wanted to build local built shelters to assist the program. And I guess the cat's out of the bag. We're looking at 25 units at COTS. That's a nice start. It's important that we call this an emergency and get going. But phase 2 could be different. There must be more than this 25 we're starting with. The county has Los Gilicos set up 60 units. And in 18 months, they've graduated 60 people. Now, if we have in the neighborhood of 200, 300 people that are unsheltered currently, we have a long way to go before they're ever not in the street, not showing us that we have a human tragedy right there in front of us. And I guess what I really wanted to say was, who's really in charge? Where does the buck stop? And it's supposed to be the county. It's supposed to be the COC. But every city has to come to grips with their own city and take the bull by the horns. So tonight, Healdsburg is having this conversation in front of their city council. Tomorrow night, Rohnert Park is doing that and putting $1.5 million of their own money into this kind of thing. It's important we put our money in, but it's important we not miss the opportunity that all the money that's coming to the county that we know about, we're talking about in the staff report, the home keys, the CARES monies, all these programs that are coming through, that we make sure that we try and solve this problem, not with one type of solution. The COTS village, it fits a niche, but it's not solving homelessness. Solving homelessness is the whole system of care. We need to put money into the permanence of it. And it was great that Heather mentioned the Danco project. When that arrives, it will be our first beds in a while. But PEP and MidPen, those are not the same thing. We also need to put more into all the service side of it. Sure, we stand up a tiny house, but if there aren't support services for it, it fails. We have a cycling of people onto the street again. There's so much more to this problem that we need to address, that I'm glad we're hitting the first step and doing the right thing. And the emergency ordinance really opens up the door to let staff really go into this very nimbly and do all the right important things. The county is doing better and better. HUD recognized them as a superior performing continuum of care. So they just put in another $500,000. Sonoma County just received another $500,000 on top of all the other things, but that was a performance-based increase in funding. So much as Mr. Peters mentions the care funds that go, these are all burdened by so much regulation, but I appreciate that staff is at the table and knows what all these pots of money are. And rather than hit the rest of it, I'll say maybe we'll start earlier next week on all the other important parts to solving homelessness. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll certainly be supporting the motion in the item. Just wanted to call attention to the area of funding. Councilmember McDonald forwarded me an email about Project Home Key, and it's open for funding right now, like one point something billion dollars. And I just wanted to suggest that we use the 1.7 million as match funding for something and try and maybe double that amount of money and add a lot more tiny homes if that's possible. So that's my
comment. Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands up, and we have a motion on the table to.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, can I make a comment at this time?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, fine.
Yes.
I couldn't see where that was coming from. I'm sorry, Karen.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to provide some comments on the ESG funding. That funding was only available to contractors that had existing contracts with the county, so the city was not able to pursue additional funding there. And I also wanted to mention that staff is having conversations and in contact with the county, talking about collaboration on Project Home Key funding. So we're having active conversations on that, as well as we had a meeting with the county today. They just released a request for proposal. They have an additional $2 million in operational funding that the idea is that funding would be used for either safe parking or an interim housing solution. So staff is very actively working on identifying additional funding sources for the interim housing solutions project.
Thank you. So with that, we have a motion and a second for both the resolution and the urgency ordinance. So if there's no further comment, we'll take a vote, roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, staff, and we're looking forward to seeing what comes back with this. So on to item 5C, and this is the resolution proclaiming a local drought emergency, and that is our city attorney that will lead this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Council, this is an action that is invoking or would invoke, if the council takes it, the council's emergency power for mutual aid and other coordination with other agencies to respond to a health and safety emergency. It's the same authority we use when we proclaim wildfire emergencies, the same one we used for proclaiming the COVID emergency that we're still under. It's not been suspended. And I thought I'd see what the pleasure of the council is given the hour. I'm happy to go through and quickly hit the high points of this. I'm also happy to let the staff report speak for itself and be ready to answer any council questions. Is there a preference?
Let me ask the council, is there anyone on the council who has any questions about the staff report that we received? I'm not seeing any hands go up, and I'm seeing some shaking of heads. So I think we're aware of what's being asked. So thank you very much. So with that, I'm going to see, there doesn't seem to be any questions. So I will ask our city clerk if you've had any correspondence on this issue.
Madam Mayor, no correspondence on this.
Thank you. And we will open public comment, and I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to this issue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give your comments. I'm looking through the list and I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, we will close public comment, and I will bring it back. Councilmember Healy. I think you're muted.
I should know better by now. I do support moving to stage 4. and the mandatory 30% cutback, even though at this time we only need to achieve 20%. And I think part of the frustration with this is that our stages are 10 or 15 years out of date, and they don't recognize the demand hardening that has occurred in the community over the last decade or more. So measures that were designed to achieve a 30% cutback 10 or 15 years ago don't do that now because of all the demand hardening and all the permanent conservation efforts that people have put in place. So I do support that. I don't see the need to pre-authorize stage 5 or stage 6. Stage 5 would be 50% mandatory cutbacks, and we just got an updated staff report today indicating that would mean no private landscape irrigation whatsoever, except for food gardens and mature trees. And then
Councilmember Healy, I apologize for interrupting, but I just wanted to note, and I should have been clearer in my introduction. This item is just on the drought emergency proclamation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the next one.
That's okay. I should have said this item would support that action that you're addressing, which is
okay.
The next.
Then I'm fine with this one. Yeah, okay. It doesn't problem.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'll make a motion to proclaim a drought emergency in the city of Petaluma.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Osake?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And now we're on to item 5D, which is a resolution repealing resolution number 2021-103 NCS and authorizing the city manager to implement stage 4 of the city's 2020 water shortage contingency plan within the areas served by the City of Petaluma public water system, and to implement the city's 2020 water shortage contingency plan, stages 5, 6, as warranted by future water shortage levels. So this presentation will be Chelsea Thompson. There she is. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Barrett and council members. I have a presentation to go along with this. Should I share my screen?
Yes.
Am I able to share my screen here?
You should be allowed to, yes.
All right, can everybody see this? It doesn't look like all the pictures are going to show, but.
We're seeing it. Go
okay. All right, tonight I'll be talking about staff's recommendation to implement stage 4 of the city's 2020 water shortage contingency plan. The city's primary source of water supply is from the Sonoma County Water Agency, or Sonoma Water, which delivers imported water from the Russian River, from groundwater wells in Santa Rosa to the city of Petaluma. The historic drought conditions resulted in severely low storage levels in Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma. And as you can see in the graphic here, this is a current graphic of Sonoma Water's reservoir levels, with Lake Sonoma at 47.1% of capacity and Lake Mendocino at 26.7%. Background on the current water shortage emergency. Between April 21st and the governor declaring a drought emergency, April 27th, the county declaring a local drought emergency. May 23rd, Sonoma Water requested a voluntary 20% cutback by water users. May 3rd, City Council implemented stage 1 of our 2015 water shortage contingency plan with a voluntary 20% reduction. June 21st, Sonoma Water required water contractors to meet a 20% reduction in water use from July 1st through October 31st compared to the same period of 2020. And then on June 21st, also Petaluma Council implemented stage 3 of the city's 2020 water shortage contingency plan with a mandatory 25% reduction to meet reduced allocations from Sonoma Water. It should be noted, however, that the city implemented a mandatory 25% compared to the baseline average use between 2018 to 2020 for the same period before we received our allocations from Sonoma Water. Here's a look at our performance in stage 3 with a 25% reduction compared to the average water use between 2018 to 2020, the same period. Orange line shows the baseline water use, which is the average water use between 2018 to 2020 for the months of July through October. The yellow line shows a 25% reduction target for July through October, or 25% less than the orange baseline year. The blue dashed line shows Petaluma's allocation from Sonoma Water for each month from July through October. The two blue solid bars show total imported water production for July and August. This does not include city well production. You can see we just barely achieved both our 25% reduction target and our Sonoma Water allocation in July. Imported water was reduced by 25.58% in July from the 2018 to 2020 baseline, and Sonoma Water allocation was achieved by just 2 million gallons. In August, we reduced imported water supply by 31% compared to our baseline and met our allocation by 11 million gallons. The two faded light bars show the 25% target water use, or 25% less than the average water use between 2018 to 2020. This is what we were asking the city to use in September and October. You will see that September and October water use targets are not enough to achieve the Sonoma Water allocations for those months. So September falls short of Sonoma Water allocation by 7 million gallons in September and by 10 million gallons in October. This is our look at our stage 3 performance. Stage 3, our mandatory 25% reduction targets were met in July and August. In addition to citywide water conservation, the city began using its emergency backup supply, our local groundwater backup supply in July to augment the reduced water supply from Sonoma Water. And in July, imported water supply was reduced by 25.58%. 10.2% of that was achieved by using city well water, or 31.5 million gallons. 15% of that was from water conservation in July. And in August, we reduced our Sonoma Water allocation by 31%. 10% of that came from our local wells, or 30.25 million gallons, and 21% of that was water conservation. Petaluma's allocation from Sonoma Water drops drastically by each month. In September, we're required to use 630,000 gallons a day less than in August, and 740,000 gallons per day less in October than in September. And current water supply outlook, the gap between water supply and anticipated water use in September and October is greater than it was in July and August. City's water allocation in September and October are significantly less than they were in July and August. Continuous use of local groundwater since July is reducing local supply availability over time. Less local supply means less supply to augment Sonoma Water supply and to assist in the citywide reduction. The city has no recorded history of running wells at this current capacity and duration, so we don't have any information on the reliability of future well production. And Sonoma Water will give the city a reduced allocation for November and December using an updated allocation model. The city has not received the allocation numbers for November and December yet. Our proposed 30% reduction compared to a 2020 baseline. The current baseline for citywide 25% reduction is the average water use 2018 to 2020 for the same period. By updating the baseline to 2020, this is consistent with Sonoma Water and other water contractors. However, 2020 is a high water use year. So when using 2020 as a baseline year, we'll be increasing our baseline by 1.6% in September and 0.8% in October, which decreases the amount of water we've saved. So 25% by 2018 to 2020 ends up being more water conservation than 25% compared to 2020 use. So the justification for a 30% reduction is in part because in order to achieve the equivalent savings of the original 25% reduction from 2018 to 2020 baseline, the city needs to achieve a higher reduction compared to the 2020 baseline. And the other reason is that to achieve Sonoma Water allocations in September and October, the city needs to achieve 29% reduction in Sonoma water supply in September compared to 2020 water use and a 33% reduction in October. This is a list of our current stage 3 water use restrictions. I'm not going to go through all of them. We're aware of all of them because we've been living with them for a while now. The most significant one is the 3 days a week watering schedule, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday between 7 p.m. to 8 a.m. This is a list of new proposed stage 4 water use restrictions. This list it contains either new restrictions or ones that have been modified from stage 3. Landscape irrigation is proposed at 2 days a week only, Tuesdays and Saturdays from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Hand watering trees with hoses equipped with hose and nozzles allowed 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. No installing landscapes or replanting existing landscapes that require water. No filling or topping off new or existing residential swimming pools or spas. Street sweepers must use recycled water for street cleaning. Potable water meters for construction limited to use for water line hydrostatic testing and chlorination. This is a list of stage 4 water use restrictions that are carried over from stage 3 with no modifications. Part of this proposed resolution is to authorize the city manager to implement stages 5 and 6 of the water shortage contingency plan as needed for this drought emergency. So this action would enable the city manager to act quickly in the event the city is not meeting Sonoma water allocation. The cost of exceeding our monthly allocation is about $432 per acre foot. Sonoma water allocations will continue beyond October, and this authority provides the city manager the ability to modify stage or implement stages 5 or 6 as needed to meet future reductions without further city council action. Stages 4, 5, or 6 may be modified to loosen stage requirements if less water conservation is needed in the months following October. And the authority given to the city manager to implement stage 5 and 6 would apply only to the current water shortage emergency. Here's a look at stages 5 and 6. Stage 5 is a mandatory stage designed to save up to 50%. Customer mandates, and this stage is no landscape irrigation with potable water except for food gardens and mature trees. And stage 6, mandatory stage of up to 60% water conservation. The major customer mandate here is no landscape irrigation with potable water allowed. This is a brief summary of water conservation outreach performed in stage 3 and outreach that will continue into stage 4. Due to time, I don't need to list off all of them, but with the implementation of stage 4, the city would update the public information campaign with stage 4 requirements, and expand our current public outreach campaign. Staff recommendation is to implement stage 4 of the city's 2020 water shortage contingency plan with a 30% reduction in citywide water use compared to the same period of 2020, and authorize the city manager to implement stages 5 and 6 warranted by future water shortage levels. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that pretty concise but very, very clear presentation. So thank you for that, Chelsea. Okay, Councilman, can we not be sharing the screen so I can see
yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Back to Councilmember Healy, and then followed by Councilmember McDonald. McDonald.
Thank you. Is staff aware of any other prime contractor with the county water agency who's moved to mandatory conservation levels above 30% this time?
No.
And
not any of the prime water contractors.
Well, that would be the water contract. I'm sorry, doesn't include Hillsburg, doesn't include Marin Municipal. We're all pretty much in the same boat, it seems to me, in terms of needing to comply with the same level of reduction. And, you know, our water use and our water allocations go down in October, November every year, just like they do for every other prime contractor. So, as I said before, I'm willing to support stage 4, but it puts us at least 15 points higher in terms of conservation mandates for our consumers than any other prime contractor. And I don't see Santa Rosa or Roner Park or Sonoma or Cotati or any of the others going to anything like stage 5 or stage 6. And I don't think we need to pre-authorize those at this time. So those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. So, you know, we have aggressive low flow toilets, washers, showers, and lawn programs. Do we know how, I mean, you know, all of my friends have done these actions, but I only talk to my friends. Do we know what other people are doing? You know, do we have a statistical base to know how much hardening actually went on in the system? And are any of the steps aggressive at any of the conservation measures? I mean, extra aggressive.
I think that's a staff question. And I don't know if staff is ready to reply to that, but I will just say that I've been volunteering at the Water Saver desk at the farmers market with a member of the water, our water staff. And I'm always amazed at how many people come up to that table who aren't doing anything yet. I mean, there are many have already started, but there are also people who have not started. So, you know, I think there still is room for, you know, for decreasing the use through education. But I don't know if staff wants to be more precise about that. This is clearly anecdotal.
Yeah, and I think go ahead, Gina.
Yeah, thanks, Chelsea. And you may have this number off the top of your head, but in terms of hardening and quantifying it, I recall seeing what I think was a 13% reduction in Petaluma's water use as compared to 2013, which was the date of our last major drought efforts and conservation efforts. And so we retained 13% conservation from that time. And I think that's the hardening that Councilmember Healy is talking about. What I'm not sure is if I am remembering that percentage right. Chelsea, do you recall what that is?
Yeah, right? We have an average conservation of, I can't remember, I think it's closer to 18. That considers the 12 months of the year, which vary by month. But yeah, I think it's around 18 that we've maintained since 2013.
Significant.
Right. I guess my thoughts are linked to the 5 and 6. If we're not meeting our goals and have to get to 5 and 6, I'd love to see very aggressive conservation programs. Whether we up the incentives or whether we do it through more knocking, or every meeting leads off with, "Hey, we're drying up and blowing away." You know, I'd like to tie 5 and 6, and I think having a council on 5 and 6, even if it's emergency session, just adds the imperative nature, the attention grabbing of the people who aren't early adopters. That's where I was headed on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember King?
Yes, thank you. I think it is just to maybe answer one of the questions. I was the WAC rep, I think the prior to almost 3 years prior to this calendar year. I think the comparison to 2013 was roughly around 18% reduced overall. And my other comment is most of what we, in terms of residential anyway, is outdoor use. I think many people have figured out how to cut indoors if they've done anything, and I suspect there are still people out there who haven't, but between all of the things that are available, low flow toilets, showers, the bucket you can put under your shower to use later on for warming up your shower, that kind of thing, I think reduces interior use. But getting to the heart of this, I am going to support stage 4. If we go to stage 5 or 6, I would see a discussion on it, because at that point you're talking about no irrigation at all. And I mean, I realize we just declared and we are in a drought crisis, but you know, that could start to impact trees, which is, I think, something we should have a discussion on. Trees that get no water die, and you know, some of them are pretty mature, and you know, as someone who's lost a couple of large trees in prior droughts in our yard, and I'm kind of sensitive to the idea of it. And you know, trees are a treat for the environment, and I'll stop there. I don't get any details, but I think we all are aware of that. So I support stage 4.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Barnacle, because he hasn't had an opportunity to speak yet.
Yeah, I definitely support stage 4 and the pre-authorization for the city manager to do what's needed. Personally, I guess I just have a vendetta against seeing lush green lawns in the front yard. And on my street, I literally have one neighbor who ripped out their lawn and put down bark, and I have another neighbor who put in a green lawn, literally in the last 3 months. I love the signs around town, seeing brown is the new green and that sort of thing. I love seeing those. I'm all for anything that we can do to penalize people for having a lush green lawn right now. I think it's one of the most tone deaf things that people can do in the community. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. So then we'll go back to Councilmember Healy. He has his hand up.
Thank you. So I was just going to add one other thing, and I think we got some public comment on this. The city of Healdsburg, which is in a much worse situation than we are, is offering recycled water to residents who want it. They actually send a truck around to fill tanks that people can buy and put in their yard so that they don't lose their landscaping. And all of the Marin agencies are now doing the same thing. So I think before we authorize stage 5 or stage 6, that should be an option here as well. And I've raised this before and gotten pushback from staff on it. But if Healdsburg and the Marin agencies can do it, we should be able to do it as well, and give people an option to save their landscaping if we were to move to stage 5. And I think that should be council action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our city manager's raised her hand, and after that, we'll go to Member McDonald.
And I'll let staff weigh in on the recycled water. I know that our recycled water. We've got challenges right now with storage, and I'm assuming that the majority of our recycled water is going to help augment where potable water used to be used, but I will let staff speak to that. Before we ever implement stage 5 and stage 6, we're going to have to be obviously in a very dire situation, and we will be as creative as possible to come up with ways, A, to salvage our trees, and B, to make sure that all hands are on deck. So this isn't, none of those decisions be made easily or without a lot of planning. So I just want to make sure folks understand where we're coming from.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember McDonald unless someone from staff has wants to deal with the potable water issue.
I can speak to the recycle question. I would love it if I had my environmental services director here tonight, but I'm afraid it's a little too late. So I'm going to do my best. Staff has indeed followed up on this, Councilmember Healy, and I'm afraid it's a little more complicated than, well, if Healdsburg and Marin are doing it, we should be too. We can do this. We want to. We've started conversations with the permitting agency, the regulatory agency, to try and get around what is our existing permit and application that is based on land use. And the land uses that we are permitted to provide recycled water to are limited to the ones that we currently provide recycled to, which are institutional uses, parks, schools, and agricultural uses. So it is a bit of a hurdle for us to try and accomplish that. That saying, we're not giving up, we're trying, we're talking to them, we're seeing if there's a workaround. But with the opportunity to provide recycle, if we can get around the regulatory issues, we have some practical issues with that and challenges that we'll need to address that are not insignificant. So coming up with a distribution system, and we need to be we'll need to be in Heather and Peggy's words, very agile to establish a distribution system overnight to provide recycled water to residences. And it would essentially mean establishing some central points where water could be tapped from purple pipe hydrants, maybe a new fill station, and then would that model would require that water be hauled across town in vehicles. And so we're putting, and maybe this is too fine a point, but there is a consideration there, a GHG consideration. I think it's a small one. I think it's easily offset. And then the final point and the final challenge to all of this is that we currently are distributing 100% of our recycle. We don't have any more recycle to give. So if we want to involve residential distribution, it means we're going to be taking recycle away from parks, schools, and agriculture. And particularly with regard to agriculture, we need to be very, very careful because we rely on those agricultural customers to provide storage for us for our recycled water in the wet winter months when we need it stored so we don't discharge it to the river and we have other regulatory and permit issues with that. So it is a balancing act that needs to be done very thoughtfully. It's, in a word, complicated. I'm not saying we're not up to it, and I'm not saying that we're not trying, because we agree it's a water and it's a good offset, but we do have some challenges ahead to make that happen.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, followed by Vice Mayor.
Right. Well, Gina's report there is exactly what I wanted to hit on. Is I think we're involving in the ag use, and that's a whole separate set of questions of reducing their use to put it into. So the emergency would allow for some of that conversation, but it's a big conversation, and I think it's more for the recycle master plan of the future to sort all these. I mean, we can't have a recycled domestic system, urban system, unless we dramatically change our storage situation. So that's a big future thing. I guess my other question was, down there at Riverfront, there's a brand new a big ball field being proposed, or not being proposed, but is committed by the development, a couple of acres of lawn on potable water. Is there a way to revisit that so that that's not another long haul potable water drain when we shouldn't be adding any new potable water grass installations? And we tell them to back off that.
Well, we have told them to hold. We've been holding off on that installation for months. They were ready, and we basically said, no, this can't happen right now. Let's just put this on hold and stay tuned. And they're still holding and staying tuned. But what I do recall from that project and that field was there was considerable discussion and public input and council input and planning commission input and park and rec commission input, music, rec and park, on the nature of that field and on the turf, artificial turf versus natural turf question. And it was with great wailing and gnashing of teeth that it was decided that that was going to be a natural turf field. And that was not, that direction was came from our decision makers and from the public. So that was how it was designed. And that is how all of the prep work has been done. So everything is essentially installed at this point, except the turf. I don't know if the irrigation lines went in, but I think they did. So yes, anything can be done. Yes, it could be reversed. Yes, it would cost money to do that. And maybe that's, a warranted cost. And we can certainly revisit that if that's a direction that is of interest.
Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry. Could you 1 minute? I saw the city manager has her hand up.
I was just going to say, thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say, Councilmember McDonald, I did speak with our previous Public Works director to have a sit-down conversation with the developer and see if there is a way that the city could, work with them to go to artificial turf. And obviously it'd be something we'd bring to council, but that's the direction we're going.
Thank you. Now the Vice Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So hopefully the declaring of a drought emergency allows us to make more progress on Councilmember Healy's comments about using the purple pipe water for different uses. One of the things that I think is important is for institutions in our city, like the JC, to not be watering unnecessarily, even if they're using purple pipe, because they're really just sending the wrong message to the community. It's about leadership, not just about water use right now. And we've done a good job at doing that citywide. We've taken a strong leadership position on that. We're not done with droughts. I would like to hear what we can do with that developer on the Riverfront project. It seems like we don't need to, just because it was made years ago doesn't mean we need to stick with it if things have changed. I mean, we're going to see more and more and more of this stuff, and there's no reason for us to let that person spend a bunch of money only for us to make him kill his grass in a couple of years. And even some design guidelines around that. I've gotten a ton of emails about gray water system. yeah, we have to become much more prudent with the way we live. This is just a byproduct of our consumptive lifestyle, and we're going to experience it. And we shouldn't let decisions of the past that, quite frankly, didn't take into account climate change, stop us from doing it today. So, thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. I'd like to get public comment on this and then come back to the council. So I'll ask our city clerk if you've received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, no public comments prior to the meeting.
Thank you. So now we will open public comment for anybody on the Zoom audience who might want to respond to this issue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a couple hands raised already, so I'll share my screen. Members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. Our first speaker is M. Sullivan, followed by Ben Peters. M. Sullivan, may unmute and begin your
Yeah,
comment.
I'm sorry that we're all up at this hour. So I just want to lob a fact in here that I hope will greatly influence you. If you look at the USDA 2018 canopy mapping, what you see is that Petaluma has really sparse tree canopy. Mostly we're between 15 and 24%. And in our southeast quadrant, we're 0 to 15%. We've lost 900 big redwoods, which is equivalent to 32,000 new 1-foot trees. And so it turns out that Petaluma's canopy coverage is much more resembles Richmond and Vallejo than we do Sonoma, Napa, or San Rafael per the USDA canopy map. So we know that trees absorb greenhouse gases and heat and that they can lower temperature by up to 35 degrees. So again, if we're going to meet our 2030 climate goals, we've got to encourage and incentivize the citizens of our town to water our tree canopy. And that pretty much has to be non-negotiable because from a biodiversity standpoint, we're doing all this building. We're built out tenfold what we needed for our RHINA numbers. These are massive numbers of water hookups. And it can't be that humans are always coming out on top and that biodiversity suffers. So we need to incentivize 20% of our 22,000 households to plant a new tree and including helping with concrete removal. And trees are one of the few trustworthy answers to our climate crisis. So I think I might find myself agreeing with Healy for the first time here and saying that Councilman Healy, and that if this is what Healdsburg's doing and this is what Marin is doing, then we absolutely need to be doing the same, given how lousy our tree canopy is vis-a-vis other cities. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Ben Peters, followed by Sonoma County Conservation Council. Ben, you may unmute and begin your comments.
All right, thanks. So it was interesting to hear that recycled water storage tanks for institutional uses is green lighted. So we should definitely get on top of that, particularly to the west side where the purple pipe doesn't exist. And then per the vice mayor's comment, we'll reduce that 100%. We'll reduce some of it that's coming from the JC and we'll get into those new tanks. And so that's a great plan. But in all honesty, as speaking from the perspective of someone who doesn't live in a single family house, I would just like to comment how difficult it was city to help inform my HOA and my HOA manager that they were in violation of the rules. It took many emails, much prodding. Now, after a couple months, our lawn is finally brown, but it was being significantly overwatered. And this is from an HOA management company that manages properties all over town. And so while I don't agree that we should immediately move to stage 5, it's for the complete opposite reason. And it's for We just need to do a better job of enforcing our current mandates. And that's on the institutional users. Everyone who lives in a single family house, they think that this is, the 60% of the water use and the demand hardening, that's all that's in their mind. But these institutional users are big water wasters, right? I mean, let's just pull up the Basin Street property account. They have vacant property, they are leased out and vacant, and they're still being irrigated. Another issue, and this came up in dealing with my HOA, is they also, the manager, they subcontract the landscaping to a large landscaping contractor. And so that's who we need to focus on. And that's where we need to set the penalties, right? Is not on the water meter customers, but it's the actual people that are using the water. And unfortunately, it's low trained people who run these landscaping businesses who don't have any incentive or motivation to change. And so that's a huge opportunity, is to just convince these landscaping companies to do the right thing. And we will save a ton of water, okay? But we're going about it in such an obtuse and roundabout way. You can see why we're not hitting our targets.
Thank you for your comments, Ben. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Sonoma County Conservation Council, followed by Veronica O. You may unmute and begin your comments.
Hi, this is Susan Kirks. I have a couple of comments. One is about this agenda item, and I'm looking at 11:36 in the evening. This is an extremely important agenda item for members of the public to be able to participate in and to hear about. And so I would like to request that the city look at how you set your agendas and also agenda management and meeting management. The agenda tonight has way too many agenda items on it. And I just can't understand why we can't do a better job of serving the public and manage and setting our agendas and managing them a little bit better. And then the other comment I'd like to make is following up on what Vice Mayor Barnacle said about, he gave the examples on his block, and he mentioned, we need to change the way we live. And that is really the key component here. And I don't know if you've heard Commissioner Ned Orett talk about changing our industrial paradigm, which is extremely necessary. But the way that he explains the change that we need to make, which Vice Mayor Barnacle referred to, it's very interesting, and it's also inspiring. And I'd like to see him come and give a presentation at City Council. And this is your interface with your Climate Action Commission, how you will correlate and relate together these issues with a higher level discussion of how we are living and why we need to change. Because landscape companies and individuals all need to be reached so that they can make their decisions and decide that they would like to participate in this. So I offer that suggestion to you at 11:38 p.m. And I surely wish this is an agenda item that had been much earlier in your agenda, and that your agenda had been with less items tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Next speaker is Veronica O. Veronica, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for listening. I know it's late. I just wanted to echo the comments from Ben on the industrial use. I think that's a huge opportunity. Also for businesses to actually have some sort of data to be able to see what water usage is, where there could be some more opportunities, including educating on mulching. There's the Mulch Madness program, but increasing mulching and really having the conversation about lawns versus trees, and they're not weighed the same in terms of our ability to fight climate change, because a lawn takes you know, just a short amount of time to go in a tree takes a very long time. And their efficiencies are very different. So just kind of getting people in the know of what is important in terms of saving water, catching water. And then when we start to have big rains, hopefully soon, you know, the opposite side of this equation is what are we doing to catch water and save water for the individual and businesses? So rainwater systems, catching systems. Thank you so much, and good night, everyone.
Thank you, Veronica. And that is the last hand I have raised currently. So back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. And I would just like to weigh in that I'm in favor of the ask of giving our city manager the right to move us forward. And I think Susan Kirks brought up a very good point. You know, it's 11:30 at night and we're discussing this very important issue. And, you know, it's not like we have a lot of, you know, there's still 17 people in the Zoom audience, but, you know, we want to move fast on this when we need to do that. And I think that, well, I know she's heard exactly what we've heard and has said that she understands the importance of trees. And, you know, I have confidence that if there's anything controversial, that that decision will be brought to us, even though we are giving her this right to move us forward. So with that, I will go on to call on Councilmember Fisher.
So given that, I'd like to go ahead and propose that we move staff's recommendation and agree with the comments about 11:30 at night. And I've been sitting here since 2:30 and can, you know, I have so much to say about the subject and about how we need to store water in our soils. And but it just feels like it's too late and there's still 2 items on our agenda. So I hope next time we can have a more robust conversation.
Thank you very much. And so Vice Mayor?
Second.
Second. Councilmember McDonald. All right. So we have a motion by Fisher and a second by Barnacle, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Barrett?
Yes.
Barnacle?
Yes.
Fisher?
Yes.
Healy?
No.
King?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Osage?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Healy voting no.
Thank you very much. And now we are on to the public hearing part of our meeting. And this is item 6A, public hearing resolution confirming the cost of abatement of weeds and confirming approval of the forwarding of unpaid bills to the county assessor's office for collection as assessments. And we will hear from our fire department, Jeff Schock.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the public. My name is Jeff Schock. I'm your Assistant Fire Chief. Tonight I'm here to discuss fire prevention and mitigations that the fire department takes every year within the city. Each year, to ensure the prevention of outdoor fire starts and rapid fire spread, the Fire Prevention Bureau notices over 600 property owners of their need to abate weeds, brush, and other hazards on their property. Most property owners do the work themselves or coordinate the work through a private contractor of their choice. This 36 properties were not abated by the May 31st deadline, so were abated by the city contractor, which was approved by council earlier this year. 18 property owners have not yet reimbursed the city for the cost of the abatement coordinated by the Fire Prevention Bureau and performed by the city hired contractor. Tonight, item 6A on the agenda is a public hearing resolution confirming the cost of abatement of the weeds on those properties and confirms approval of the forwarding of unpaid bills to the county assessor's office for collection of assessments on those properties. Thanks for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't see any, oh, I do see a hand go up. Okay, this is Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. Just we received one letter from John Barella, who appears to be in the meeting, saying that he got a 1,200% increase in his bill from last year for the same property. Could staff please address that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. That was the first. Today was the first time we heard from him. So did a little bit of research, and I'd be happy to reach out to him after this and discuss that. There was a pretty dramatic increase in the cost for a few reasons. That's the Cedar Grove Park, 7.5 acres property that in the last few years has had several fire starts and quite a bit of accumulation of personal property abandoned, most commonly due to the homeless population. And so there was, and then we also had a separate contractor who was doing a lot of work that had to be done by hand and using electric tools, which were a little more expensive. Based on all those factors, there was more mitigations that have been done in years past. I think there was about 3,000 pounds of garbage, was essentially garbage from the property, and 4,000 pounds worth of brush that was removed. So in addition to just disking and mowing around the perimeter, there's a lot of extra work done based on some changes and on the increase in fire hazard of that property. There is often confusion with that parcel. There's city property close by. There's often questions, so I'd be happy to address those questions and go over some before and after pictures and just ensure with our contractor that it was built properly and work with that property owner to ensure that that was done accurately.
So if I could follow up. So what I'm hearing is that part of the bill for that property was weed abatement and part of it was trash removal?
That's correct. Typical kind of traditional weed abatement is typically mowing and disking. But when there's any fire hazards on the property, specifically garbage and trash that's a combustible that's a threat to the rest of the property or neighboring properties, that's also part of the program, and that's absolutely correct. Just over 3,000 pounds of garbage was removed from that property as well.
Well, I guess my question for the city attorney is, can we charge for that under a program for abating weeds?
I think we can if we need to do it to get at the weed hazard.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
I just have to back staff on that is a huge homeless encampment, bigger than Lakeville. More people out there and growing all the time. And I'm getting phone calls from neighbors from there that now more homeless folks are backing up against their fences there, which is the city's storm drain right away. And so, you know, probably it's some of one and some of another, but it's a huge problem out there. It's another reason we need to do something to address our homeless situation.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't have any other hands up. And so we will see if there's any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, we received the one public comment as Councilmember noted.
Okay, thank you. And so I will ask our moderator to see, we will open the public hearing and see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking to the audience to see any hands raised for this public hearing. So members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom and you'll be called on in turn. And I see no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for action. And I'm looking for a motion. Councilmember McDonald.
Well, I think I heard from staff that they needed more time to negotiate with the one person communicating. So I'd like to motion that all immediately go to collection, except allow time for staff to deal with the one they haven't had communication with yet.
We can approve tonight's item and we can still work with Mr. Barella.
So is that a request to just from staff to approve the resolution or as submitted?
I'll take that as a suggestion that the effort can still be made, and so I'll amend to approve all.
Approve as submitted. Okay, and so Councilmember King, there's a motion on the floor.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And so unless there's more questions, we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Ms.
Bar-
Yes.
thank you. Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Kosake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And we're on to item 6B, public hearing to receive comments on the 2020-2021 proposed consolidated annual performance evaluation report, CAPER, and resolution approving the community development block grant 2020 to 2021 CAPER and authorizing the city manager to submit the CAPER as required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we will hear from our housing staff person, Karen Shimizu.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to very quickly share my screen here. In lieu of the hour this evening, I'm going to go ahead and move through the presentation pretty quickly this evening. Actually, I'm even going to skip a few slides. So there's just a couple things that I wanted to briefly highlight, and that is on our CAPER report. There's 2 times we come to the council. One is with our action plan, which is in April. That's forward planning for what we're going to do the program year. And then we have our CAPER, which is really highlighting what we achieved in the past program year. So this evening, we're hearing about what we achieved in the 2021 program year. I just want to highlight that I've made some changes to the way the report is structured. Hopefully it's a little bit easier to read, taking out some of the HUD speak in it, as well as thinking about how we talk about our housing activities, kind of the continuum of services we provide. So what I've done is started to categorize our activities in the areas of protections, preservation, and production, and also thinking about the short, mid, and long-term goals. I'm going to jump right into things we accomplished this year. So as you can see, we had a total of $830,000 in program funding. We have about $225,000 that'll carry over into next program year, and that's basically the rental assistance. In general, you can see that the program has been successful and met their deliverables. This investment continues to serve the very low, extremely low income members of our community, with the majority of the funding serving residents that are at 30% AMI, some at 50 and some at 80. With that, I think there's a lot of great information in the full CAPER report that was attached to the staff report. I'd be more than happy to answer any comments or questions.
Thank you very much. And looking at staff, I'm looking at the council and I'm not seeing any raised hand. Yes, I am. Councilmember Fisher.
Well, I have some notes that I wrote, and I'm not sure now that I need to know the answer. Maybe I can get it some other time. But I was more interested in the details of the 157 at-risk households who received assistance, and wanted to get more of a sense of how much on average they received and what that total was, and then what money is left out of that pot.
I can answer that pretty quickly. The amount that they received, a lot of that funding that's gone out is through PPSC. And so the residents have been receiving like 20% of their total rent for assistance. And we currently have, I think that carry forward number was, we have out of the initial $450,000, we have $225,000 that will be available to carry forward.
Awesome. And do we know anything about those 10 inefficient furnaces and whether they were replaced with gas or electric?
Those were actually replaced with gas. One of the items is we actually changed our application this year and included, had our applicants talk about how their project was going to align with the city's climate goals. And so in the proposed projects for this current year, we should see all those projects aligned with our climate goals. And the organizations that we partner with are really committed to supporting the city's climate goals. So we can't change the past, but we have made changes. So going forward, we will be in alignment.
Right. And with Sonoma Clean Power's rebate programs and the rest of it?
Yes, Rebuilding Together is and PEP are both very dedicated to bring in additional funding and address the program, support the program in that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, not seeing any other hands, I will ask our city clerk if she's received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, no public comments on this.
Thank you. And we will open the public hearing and ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the public wishing to speak on public comment for this public hearing item, please raise your hand now and you'll be called on in turn. I have one hand raised currently, so I'm sharing my screen. And Ben Peters, you can unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Okay, just to close this meeting out, I'd like to first thank the city for listening and for updating the form so that no more gas projects are funded with block grant funding. So thank you for listening on that topic. I also hope that no more fencing is approved with this funding. There are people in this town who really care about our low-income population, and we need to do a better job of reaching out to more than just the same organizations that use the same funding in the same ways. I'd like to give a special thank you to Meals on Wheels. They do a great job driving around. I do see the volunteers that drive around have some pretty old vehicles, and it'd be great if we can get them some electric vehicles with this funding. You can get a used Leaf for less than $5,000, and that'll go a long way. I'd like to make a specific public comment in this hearing format regarding page 11 of the report. And if you want to go to that page, that talks about the houses that the city owns and leases for $1. And then there's a note on page 15 of the report where it talks about the city not owning any low-income housing. So I'm sure that's a technicality. It is confusing in the report, and it would be good to get that clarified the next time this topic comes up. And I've been beating this drum for a while. Hopefully it gets heard eventually. Those houses are great opportunities to add some ADUs. If you just look at them, particularly that one with the pump station, you could add a duplex there, no problem. The one across the street could also fit an ADU or two. You could have 2 more veterans living in that house, which is owned by the city of Petaluma. And you could do so for the cost of a new fence. So again, I appreciate the city staff and everyone listening on this topic. It's something that's really important. And I hope the next time we get a crack at this funding that we move a little bit further along. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Ben. And that is the one and only hand that was raised for this public comment period. So back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. And so we'll close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Fisher.
Yeah, go ahead and move approval of the resolution.
Thank you. We have a motion. Vice Mayor Barnacle. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one comment I'd like to make, and I'll second the motion. I would like to try and maybe get some use our work on these projects to maybe get some training for the contractors and the people who are doing it, because it's there's really a challenge with electrifying existing buildings and the risk of doing it improperly on people with fixed incomes. The risk is, increasing their energy bills, and they can't afford it. And there's going to be some programs rolling out right now in the next 2 months, 3 months, and I'd really like to try and attach some training for these things to make sure that we do it right, that it's a learning opportunity for the people who are doing the work, and that we also aren't saddling these residents with additional energy burden as we electrify their properties. So I can follow up with more information on that offline, but I want to make sure it happens. It's a good opportunity to train people. With that, I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second, and we will have a roll call vote.
Barrett,
Yes.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hussaka.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oops. Thank you very much. And it has been a long meeting, but it seems it's been a very productive meeting. And so with that, I will adjourn the meeting in memory of Ron Blanke, Mike Orton, and Sherry Bringard. Good evening.
Good evening.
No.
Night, everybody.
Night.
It's actually good morning.